Mr. Mayor, are we ready to begin?
We are.
Recording in progress.
There we go. Okay. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, May 5th of 2025. And remember, if you wish to provide a comment on or off of tonight's agenda, there are cards, speaker cards in the back. Fill them out. Bring them up to our clerk, who's up here in the front. And I'd like to now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who want to participate tonight in Spanish.
Thank you and good evening. Hola, me llamo María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mónica Aparicio. Estamos aquí hoy como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación. Estamos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después de que termine, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si usted está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. We're ready.
Thank you so much. May we have our roll call for the evening?
Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson?
Here.
Dick Carley?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Wonderful. Let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I'd like to have a moment of silence. And tonight, we'll be closing the meeting in memory of Matthew Hudson. Matthew was the city attorney here for a number of years, and he was deeply committed to this community. He served on several boards, commissions, including the Petaluma School Board and the Petaluma Boys and Girls Club. So we appreciate Matthew. Okay, before we start tonight's meeting, I'd like to address our last meeting. At our last meeting, we had a severe breakdown of the decorum and respect that is necessary in public meetings. 3 incidents occurred, one in which a council member alleged offensive behavior by the online community and also made personal comments about an individual in the audience and council, which she apologized for in the newspaper. Members of the public violated council rules of decorum and were dismissed from chambers. And third, a different council member violated rules of decorum. And so tonight, I want to have us get back on track and have all parties, the council, the public, and staff know that city council meetings are a place of respect where issues are discussed and personal attacks are not appropriate and are not permitted. This is a forum where these principles can be adhered to, and it is my role alone as presiding officer to hold this meeting to strict adherence to such issues and not allow personal attacks from the council or from the public. I also understand that debate on city issues occurs on social media. I understand social media can be used for good, but it's largely an unregulated space. The debate on social media need not be balanced, factual, or respectful. It is no wonder that so many are turning away from social media. However, a council member is held to a higher standard than the public. By virtue of the trust placed in us by a vote of the people, a council member cannot engage in a way that a member of the public might, without concern for the harm it might cause. I'm often told that I need to have a thicker skin, not to let hurtful things affect me. And I believe that most council and commissioners do develop a thick skin. They do not let criticism, accurate or false, constructive or hurtful, derail them from their better selves and to do the important work that we've been entrusted to do. However, elected officials are people. And people have limits. And people make mistakes. And they apologize. And they move on. And the council needs to return to achieving the people's business. To further reinforce this council's intent to ensure productive and safe meeting public participation, we'll soon be bringing forth a civility policy about conduct in our public meetings that will apply to council, staff, and the public. And so tonight I want to have us get back on track and have all parties, council and the public, know that city council meetings are a place of respect, where issues are discussed and personal attacks are not appropriate and not permitted. It is my role as mayor to hold this meeting to strict adherence to issues and not personal attacks, whether from the council or the public, and I will be doing so much more assertively tonight and moving forward. So with that, I'd like to look now at our next item on the agenda, which is to review tonight's agenda. And at this point, I look up and down the council dais and see if anybody wants to suggest a change of agenda. And seeing none, we are adopting tonight's agenda as written and as published. You might have a copy. And that moves us to one of the happier points tonight where we do proclamations. And so I'm very excited about this part of the meeting. Our first proclamation tonight is Affordable Housing Month. And I'd like to invite Elise Hemphill, Executive Director of Petaluma People Services, Jennifer Litwick, Executive Director of PEP Housing, and Ingrid Anderson, Eloise Tweeden, and Harry Coffey, all members of the Board of Directors of PEP Housing, forward while I read this proclamation. Whereas affordable housing is one of the cornerstones of democracy, and our communities thrive when all members of our community have a place to call home. And whereas each year thousands of Petaluma community members struggle to find an affordable home, one of the most expensive housing markets in the nation, and whereas both the City of Petaluma's general plan and housing elements support and encourage the development of affordable housing projects and programs, whereas the strength of Petaluma community and the economy depend on providing access to housing options that allow current and future residents of all income levels and ethnicities to live where they work. And whereas affordable housing near employment centers and transit reduces traffic congestion, air pollution, and emissions, and lowers housing and transportation costs for local workers, whereas organizations throughout Petaluma are dedicated to providing safe, stable, permanent, and affordable housing for all members of the community, and are collaboratively working to bring the need for affordable housing to the forefront of our discussions in Petaluma. And whereas these organizations are encouraged to partner with local agencies and community members to recognize Affordable Housing Month, which supports the sharing of best practices, opportunities, and solutions to provide affordable housing that is the right of individuals. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, proclaim May 2025 as Affordable Housing Month. Thank you.
I didn't check, but I'm going to go first because that's how I roll. So, Mayor, council members, and staff, thank you for the acknowledgement of affordable housing, and thank you for caring about the future of our community. I'm here to speak on an issue that touches every single one of us, whether directly or indirectly, affordable housing. Not only is it a policy issue, it's a matter of dignity, equity, and sustainability of our city and our county. In Sonoma County and right here in Petaluma, Housing costs have reached a tipping point. Many of our neighbors, friends, and even family members are being priced out of places they've always called home. Teachers, nurses, childcare providers, restaurant workers, even the person who answers the phone at my office. These people are the backbone of our community and can't afford to live where they work. That's not just one of the housing problems. It's a community stability problem too. It's a workforce retention problem, and it's a moral problem. Affordable housing keeps our local economy strong. When people live near where they work, they support local businesses, they participate in civic life, and they reduce traffic and emissions. It's good for small business, it's good for the climate, and it's good for all of us. Affordable housing also means protecting the most vulnerable neighbors, seniors on fixed incomes, young families just starting out, and residents who've lived here for generations are being displaced. Without action, the heart and soul of Petaluma, the diversity of the people that make this town so vibrant and real, is at risk of being pushed out. We also can't ignore the growing crisis of homelessness in Sonoma County. It is one of the highest per capita in the state. And the truth is, we cannot solve homelessness without housing. Affordable housing, especially when paired with services, is one of the most effective and proven ways to give people a pathway towards out of a crisis and into stability. But it isn't just about buildings and budgets. It's about belonging, about ensuring that Petaluma remains a place where people from all walks of life can love and live and grow and thrive. We have opportunities, we have responsibilities to build a future where children, our workers, our seniors aren't pushed out, but welcomed in, where housing is not a privilege for a few, but it's a right for all. Let's make a bold, thoughtful decisions today and into the future where we create more than just inclusive and sustainable housing. We create a tomorrow for Petaluma.
On behalf of PEP Housing, Jennifer Litwack, President and CEO, I'm here with two of my members of my board of directors, Harry Coffey and Ingrid Anderson, and then we have several staff in the audience, Jim and Brandon. 47 years ago, PEP Housing was known as Petaluma Ecumenical Properties. We're appreciative and grateful for our historical roots in this community, and to date, we are the largest affordable housing developer in the city of Petaluma. So we're just so grateful for the opportunity to be acknowledged here today and to accept the proclamation on behalf of Affordable Housing Month. Thank you for all of the efforts for tackling everything that Elise just mentioned, and we're so grateful to Elise and Petaluma People Services for everything they do for all of the seniors that get to call one of our housing units home. So thank you all very much.
Mayor McDonald, thank you, Council, for recognizing what PEP does in the community, that we are effective, and we are trying hard to do better every time, every project. And for this, everybody loves to be appreciated, and PEP Housing appreciates this. Thank you very much.
Also tonight, we have Sue Block, Affordable Housing Legal Services, to come forward, and we are now honoring you on the occasion of your retirement. And it says, whereas Sue Block has served the city of Petaluma with extraordinary distinction over 2 decades, including through her time at Myers-Navi from 2002 to 2012, and subsequently with Burke Williams Sorensen. And whereas Sue's work has been instrumental in advancing the city's affordable housing goals, shaping and supporting an extensive portfolio of development projects that have increased access to affordable housing and helped define the character of Petaluma's community. And whereas Sue has supported the efforts of development and or preserving over 566 units of affordable housing in Petaluma, demonstrating her enduring commitment to expanding housing access and stability for all residents of all income levels. And Sue did not simply serve as legal counsel, but acted as trusted partner and educator to the city. elevating the expertise of city staff through her deep knowledge, strategic insight, and tireless mentorship in structuring complex public-private development deals. And whereas Sue has played a central role in critical redevelopment dissolution matters, including litigation involving the East Washington, Rainier Avenue, and A&R Coop agreements appeals, and ensuring Petaluma's interests were strongly represented during turbulent legal transitions. And whereas her contributions to affordable housing include work on numerous projects, including Park Lane Apartments, Madrone Apartments, Corona Ranch, Old Elm Village, Washington Commons, Downtown River Apartments, 414 Petaluma Boulevard, and the Meridian at Corona Station Development. And whereas Sue's guidance was crucial to the city's negotiation and completion of development agreements and density bonus agreements, such as those with PEP Housing and with Lomas Partners, she also supported the city's fiscal stewardship through her work on multiple bond refunding initiatives. And whereas Sue's calm, thoughtful, practical approach to complex legal challenges has become a model of professionalism and integrity, leaving a lasting impact, not only on the city's affordable housing landscape, but on the people she had the privilege of working alongside her, who had the privilege of working alongside her. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim May 5th, 2025 as Sue Block Day and express deepest gratitude.
Well, thank you so much. I'm really, truly honored to be the recipient of this proclamation. And after that listing of everything that I've done over the last 20 years, I have to say, no wonder I'm so tired. But seriously, working for Petaluma with, your great staff and the council that's been so supportive of the work that we're doing has made it easy to work on affordable housing matters. And I'm very proud to have served the city for the last 20 years or so. And again, thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, can I add something really quick?
Please, City Attorney.
I would be remiss if I let this moment go by without acknowledging my friend and partner and colleague Sue that I think I've known for every one of those 20 years. And one of the ways that we achieve the council's goals that we do in Petaluma is by working hard in my office, but also by having the best outside council colleagues we can possibly have who care just as much about our outcomes and delivering for the community as we do, and who worry about it, the work, just as much as we do on weekends and after hours and last minute calls and all that. And Sue, no one better personifies that than Sue. So we're so grateful, and thank you so much, Sue. Thanks.
Also tonight, we have Wildfire Awareness Week, and I'd like to invite Fire Chief Jeff Schock and Fire Marshal Jessica Power to the podium while I read the proclamation. And whereas the city of Petaluma, like so many cities in California, is vulnerable to wildfire risk, and whereas residents in areas with potential for wildfires can impact the risk and severity of wildfires and reduce deaths, injuries, and property losses through their preparedness efforts. Whereas the city of Petaluma is dedicated to reducing the spread of wildfire and has done so through a hazardous vegetation program and provided chipping for residents to assist them in reducing their risks. And whereas preparedness actions by a single individual or entire neighborhoods contribute to safer communities. And whereas the residents of Petaluma can become local champions through commitment to providing services that improve defensibility and resiliency and move them towards becoming a more fire-adapted community. And whereas all residents through Petaluma are encouraged to participate in Wildfire Awareness Week by improving their defensibility and resiliency. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim May 4th through 10th of 2025 as Wildfire Awareness Week in the city of Petaluma. Thanks for your work.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and the Petaluma community. First, thank you for recognizing Wildfire Awareness Week. Every person in this room has been touched by wildfire in some way, whether directly impacted through friends and family, or by witnessing the devastating effects on our neighboring communities. While we can't control when or where a wildfire might strike, we can control how prepared we are. Our hope in in acknowledging this week is to inspire each of us to take action. Wildfire can strike when we least expect it, but by hardening our homes, creating defensible space, and knowing our evacuation routes, we strengthen not just our individual safety, but the resiliency of our entire community. As Helen Keller so wisely said, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. So tonight I encourage each of you to find one thing you can do to be a little safer, a little more prepared, and to talk to a neighbor about doing the same. Because it's those small individual actions that, when added together, create a resilient, caring, and fire-safe community. Together, let's keep Petaluma strong, safe, and standing tall for years to come. Thank you.
And tonight, also, I'd like to invite Lena Hoshino, the Historic Chinatown Ad Hoc Committee member, and Cici Shimuzu, Sonoma County Japanese American Citizens League, and Lori Fong of the North Bay AAPI Coalition, and Frank John, former president of the Santa Rosa JC, Junior College, and Lance Liu, longtime Petaluma resident, to the podium while we read a proclamation for Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And it reads, whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month seeks to honor and recognize participation and contributions of AANHPI people who have been core part of the history of our nation and our city and continue to be instrumental in its ongoing success. And whereas many diverse groups and cultures make up Petaluma's history, Petaluma is the ancestral home of the Lake Atuit Nation and was once a major village of the Coast Miwok people. And Mariano Vallejo was one of the earliest agricultural industrialists to employ a multicultural labor force that included Native Hawaiians, Mexican Californians, and a large number of California Indians. And whereas Petaluma's natural resources generated great wealth, and thanks in a large part to the labor of Chinese immigrants and industrialists such as McNear and Wickersham employed Chinese laborers in the late 1800s to build a railroad, manually dig levees, and shape the Petaluma River, construct stone walls, manufacture bricks, work as domestic, and more, all of which contributed to Petaluma's development as a thriving agricultural and shipping center. And whereas through the labor of the AANHPI workers was crucial to the economic success of the region, leaders at all levels took action to exclude them socially, economically, from the benefits of their work. And the community faced extensive discrimination, violence, and racism, including the Chinese Exclusion Act, which restricted Chinese immigration to the United States, and the California 1911 Alien Land Law, which barred Asian immigrants from owning land, and the mass incarceration of people of Japanese descent during World War II. And whereas the Sonoma County chapter of the Japanese American Citizens League and the local AANHPI leaders are dedicated to advancing education, leadership, and advocacy for the AANHPI community through preserving cultural heritage, combating hate, promoting civil and human rights, and elevating the underrepresented voices, they ensure that the historic contributions and experiences of local and regional AANHPI individuals are recognized and celebrated in Petaluma's civic life. And whereas Asian and Pacific Islanders comprise 17% of California's population and 7% of the population of Petaluma, and individuals and thriving members of Petaluma and the Sonoma County communities, and contributing as parents, farmers, caregivers, healthcare workers, entrepreneurs, small business owners, students, educators, scientists, and medical professionals, and more. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month in the city of Petaluma, embracing an inclusive history for a more just future and celebrating the generations of AANHPI people whose contributions have been pivotal to our nation and to our community. Thank you.
There's a lot of us here, and we didn't rehearse who was going to speak when. So excuse the redundancy. The reason why I'm here is I was hatched in Petaluma. Good evening. My name is Lance Liu, born and raised in Petaluma, received a local public education under the supervision of school administrators like Doug Arthur, influential teachers like Barbara Ramirez, Mr. Steve Lamb, and American Lit with Mrs. Stovall, while attending schools like Valley Vista, McKinley, Kenilworth, and Petaluma High School. I come from a proud legacy family that owned Petaluma Grocery Supermarket. While growing up in Petaluma, I was shaped by my family's experiences in China, their struggles with early American life, and their strong work ethic. As a member of a generation with a safety net, I was aware of the expectations, traditions, assimilations, and gratitude that it came with. However, a fear of disappointing our family, those who sacrificed so much for a better life, was ever present. The stereotype that Asian parents want their child to become doctors and lawyers and tech entrepreneurs was rooted in reality. My career path was different. While going to school, I enjoyed the social connections and community creativity more than facts and figures. Perhaps through osmosis, I academically squeezed by. I would have never guessed I would retire from Bay Area television from my days of organizing our high school homecoming float or community event chair for Chico State Pioneer Days, all the while being remembered as the funny guy and poking fun of being Chinese. I did know that each meaningful project created a creative context. As luck would have it, community events and programs have been part of my strategy to solve and build collaboration and unify interests. In Feng Shui, one of the 8 sides of a bagua symbolizes helpful people, the most important consideration as you approach any project. I have had an opportunity to work on 2 meaningful local Emmy-winning documentaries, Separate Lives, Broken Dreams, which explores the Chinese Exclusion Act, and Honor Bound, that tells the story of the 442 Regimental Combat Team. Both documentaries premiered during Asian Pacific American Heritage Month in celebration at 2 different celebrations at the Smithsonian Institution after President Clinton proclaimed Asian Pacific American Heritage Month for an entire month rather than 1 week. While in Washington, D.C., Ginger Liu, General Counsel for the Department of Commerce and the Senior Advisor for the Asian DNC Committee, requested that we create a cultural Bay Area program for Asian Pacific American Heritage Month to engage and diverse youth voices and shared messages of their experiences of growing up Asian in America. Our television community and the growing Asian demographic was poised for success. In 1995, Gail Kong, Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Fund, and I launched Growing Up Asian Contest. This educational essay, art, and video contest evolved into the nation's largest youth celebration celebrating Asian Pacific American Heritage Month and receiving several thousand entries a year. This May is the 30th anniversary of this resilient program, and I continue to work with the selection committee to name the grand prize winner. Although the torch has been passed to Asian Americans for community involvement and renamed Growing Up in America, it continues to amplify student voices throughout the Bay. I'd like to share an inspirational quote taken from one of this year's winning entries. Take a deep breath, keep moving forward, and you know that every step, no matter how small, is a step closer to where you want to be. Fear is just a part of the journey. not the end of it. Perhaps it's our mantra for 2025. Thank you.
This is so personal. I want to thank Mayor, City Council, and staff. I've lived here my entire life in Sonoma County, third generation Chinese. You did not create all the things you talked about. You did not create that hatred, that death and violence. None of you did. None of you did. I did not experience any of it. But I'm sitting here listening to you, and I got very emotional. I've sat through many proclamations, as have you, but it's very personal this time. I lead the Asian American Pacific Islander Coalition of the North Bay, and we work to reduce isolation, and we were started during COVID, during the anti-Asian hate. So thank you, because we cannot fix without you what we can't face, and you're facing it, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Cecilia Shimizu, and I am the president of the Sonoma County chapter of the Japanese American Citizens League, which is a national organization. Our organization is primarily focused on civil rights. Initially, the civil rights aspect started after World War II when Japanese Americans were ripped from their homes and later interned, and fighting for reparations to make sure that people were able to start up again after relocating. Some people returned. Those individuals are part of our community. I am a 5th generation Japanese American, so that means my grandparents and great-grandparents were interned. My dad's actually in the audience right now. And overall, I was born and raised in Sonoma County, so I never had to face any of that. During COVID, the anti-Asian hate and sentiment felt really strong for us. So coming back here, you don't feel it as much because Sonoma County is such an accepting place. And I'm really happy that you guys are able to honor this month and recognize all the contributions that this community that I am so fortunate to be a part of has made. So thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me again. Thank you so much for the proclamation. It means so much. As the mayor noted in the proclamation, we're in the Coast Miwok ancestral land, and we're here to honor those who came before us and those who are still with us, especially the immigrants and refugees whose labor continues to sustain our communities. I'm sorry, I'm talking into the mic too closely again. I get nervous. So, you know, even though, even in the face of fear and uncertainty, showing up to work and school every day. While we're grateful for this proclamation, we also recognize the immense diversity within the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. Those of us here today represent only a small part of a vast group with deep ancestral ties to many countries, cultures, and languages. We've learned that AANHPI connections to this land predates Petaluma's incorporation in 1858, and yet, to our knowledge, this is only the second proclamation of its kind in the city's history, making today's a meaningful step towards visibility and long overdue recognition. Thank you to the city staff members, especially Jonathan Long for his excellent work, and many others, Drew Halter, so many people, Brian O, Peggy has been so supportive, Stacy Atchley for encouragement to make this day happen. I also want to thank the Asian American Pacific Islander Alliance in the North Bay and Asian American Alliance of Marin, the Sonoma County JACL, Petaluma Blacks for Community Development, and Petaluma Historical Library and Museum staff and volunteers, Dale Minami Tamaki LLP, Jean B. Chan, Dr. Frank Chong, and last but not least, my favorite dentist, Dr. Von Chan. I also want to recognize the individuals who were continuing to help shape this project through their stories, research, and encouragement. Grant Din, I didn't see him. Are you here? Anne-Marie Harvey, Dennis Jung-Sumjit, Antonia Cao, Françoise Leclerc, Gwen Kirk, Lance Liu, Warren Marr, Catherine Yuan, and Dan Yuan. Anne and Dan are twins, and that's what I meant to say. Anne and Dan Yuan. And Angela Sacerdoti, Zahid and Shah Kaderi, Reverend Deborah Lee, Gail Yamamoto Seymour, Phyllis Taji, Frankie, Xingling Wo, Brian Yo. The list goes on. I'm sorry. It's a long list. We had so many conversations, and just they were so generous with their time and wisdom. The current exhibit, Chinatown on Earth, Facing the Past for Better Future, and its programs is at the Petaluma Historical Museum, are the result of our collective effort. And it will be up until June 8th. Everyone, please stop by. And together, we've helped bring to light one of the earliest AANHPI people who tried to build their lives in Petaluma. This history matters. Let's make sure proclamations like this are more than just symbolic. Let them mark a commitment and to build a better future, to educate and to build a better future for everyone here in Petaluma. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you're right, that's a great exhibit at the museum. I appreciate your personal efforts getting it to happen, and I hope everybody has taken a chance to go see it or will. Next night, we move to our presentations, and our presentation for the evening is the presentation of the Petaluma FY 25-26 budget book. And to help us with that, we have our finance director, Jesse Gooch.
Great. Thank you, Mayor McDonald and members of the City Council. I'm excited to be here this evening to deliver the fiscal 25-26 proposed budget to you and to the public. Both the electronic and hard copy versions have been made available to you for your review. This delivery of the proposed budget meets the timing directed by Article 9, Section 59 of our city charter, which states that the tentative budget shall be submitted to council by the first Monday in May. We have also made the proposed budget available to the community on the city's website at cityofpetaluma.org/city-budgets. City staff have been working on this draft budget since late October and have created a balanced and comprehensive operating and capital improvement program budget document for you to review. I would like to take a moment to thank Corey Garbarolio, Assistant Finance Director, and Isabel Kraft, Finance Analyst, for leading this effort and creating this weighty and thorough book. The city's budget is a reflection of our values and includes significant investment in our community. We are fortunate to have Measure U resources to support this investment, and we appreciate the community's support as we continue to leverage resources to maximize the communal benefits. We will be back next Monday, May 12th, for the budget workshop, and we'll go over the budget in detail at that time. We will then return on June 2nd with the first reading and adoption of the budget ordinance, and then the second and final reading of the budget ordinance will come to council on June 16th. Please feel free to let us know if you have any questions, and we can answer them either before or during the workshop on the 12th. Thank you very much, and enjoy your reading.
Thank you very much. Can I get one of the council to show us what the council will be reading between now and next week? Okay, there we go. A little light reading for us. Okay, and that moves us to general public comment for the night. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comment on items of public interest that are within the city's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, but depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 20 minutes. If we have more than 20 people wishing to speak, one, all comments are accepted in writing and published with the agenda. And then two, we will reopen council we will reopen general public comment at the end of our meeting so we can hear all the voices. And in case anyone missed my opening statements at the beginning of the meeting, I'll recap just the last paragraph, which reads, "It is my role as mayor to hold this meeting to strict adherence to issues and not personal attacks, whether from the council or the public. And I will be doing so much more assertively tonight and moving forward." So please keep that in mind as one considers what one wishes to say in a public forum in place of city business and respect. And I'd like to ask our clerk to have the messaging and let us know if we've had any public comments prior to this meeting.
We have had public comments for this meeting. We had 21 general public comments ahead of the meeting, and those are posted to the website. And at this time, I will start a 30-second clock. And so during these 30 seconds, members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Is the 30-second clock going up now?
A couple more seconds for folks to get cards in. Oh.
That's the 30-second clock. And so that will be the last of the cards accepted in tonight's public comment. Not seeing anyone rush up, I'm feeling confident that everyone who wishes to speak has turned in a card, and I appreciate that. We have 23 public comment cards tonight, and that puts us at 1 minute apiece. But at 3 bonus cards, I'm going to say we'll get them all done right now. And if your comments are consistent with other comments, it's okay to say, I think that what's the same as what was already said about this subject. But we wish to hear your comments, and our first speaker is Brian Klotz, and our second speaker will be Ashley Bruce.
Dear city officials, attached, please find a formal petition and cover letter submitted on behalf of 23 residents of Oakland Court requesting abandonment of the unbuilt trail easement and associated deed restrictions affecting lots 10 through 13 in the Sunny Slope 2 division. This request is submitted under Streets and Highways Code sections 8300 and 8363 in the Government Code sections 37359 and 7922.535. It is based on well-documented fire danger, geological instability, lack of access infrastructure, and the failure to fulfill the original conditions under Resolution 2010-230 NCS. Importantly, this week, May 4th through 10th, 2025, is Wildfire Awareness Week, as proclaimed by the City of Petaluma. The proclamation encourages residents to improve defensibility, reduce wildfire risks. This petition is a direct response to that call of action and reflects our neighborhood's proactive efforts to safeguard lives and property. We respectfully request a written response by May 9th, 2025, confirming whether this matter.
And thank you. And our next speaker will be Ashley Bruce.
I'm just going to continue what he's saying.
And you may take a breath. And
Right.
For all future speakers, the time does run very fast. And so, but your words, slower, have a better chance of being heard. So we appreciate that. There you go.
All right. We respectfully request a written response by May 9th, 2025, confirming whether this matter will be scheduled for Planning Commission review. If the city declines to initiate abandonment proceedings, we ask that you provide written justification with applicable legal authority and copies of trail funding records, construction plans, geotechnical reports, and correspondence with the developer since 2018. I'm speaking about Lafferty Communities. We appreciate your inclusion of the submission in the public record for May 5th council meeting and look forward to a responsible resolution in the interest of public safety. Sincerely, Ashley Bruce, Brian Klotz, the owners of Lot 10 at Oakland Court. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosemary Hart, to be followed by Philip Reichert.
Okay, ready? Go. I'm Rosemary Hart with the Petaluma Women's Club. I have a great thing to say here and commend you all for great work, but we got 1 minute. So We have to talk about that one big, unsafe, embarrassing eyesore in the heart of Petaluma, the Petaluma Riverfront Trestle. We commend the City Council for prioritizing it as one of the highest priorities in 2021. And we ask that during this budget season, you prioritize it high again. It's not the tubs or the hotel. Everyone wants to see that trestle rebuilt. It's the one project that will actually bring revenue to the city again. It's one project that will actually bring revenue to the city. The schedule's been slipping since 2021, but we have a project design in place, and we need a trestle. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Reichert, to be followed by Christina Bunzel.
Excuse me. My name is Philip Reichert. I'm a fifth-generation farmer with Reichert Duck Farm. 124-year-old business, the last 67 of which proudly employing Petalumans, proudly partnering with Petaluma's vendors, and proudly standing side by side as part of Petaluma's local food supply. I've been troubled by some of the recent comments from the council, and I'd like to share just a small portion of what our business and employees have been facing in recent times, because these comments make it clear that there's a lack of awareness. When I called 911 as animal rights activists, extremists chained themselves to our equipment, stole our livestock, and threatened our employees, I used the words terrorists then, and I'd use it again. Our employees, who are proud of their part of bringing food to tables, were screamed at as monsters. Our employees and their families that live on the farm are in fear for their well-being and safety, unsure of what these people are capable of. Maybe that's not the legal definition of terrorism, but the Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act of 2006 expressly defines financial penalties and terms of imprisonment for those whose actions are for the purpose.
That's your minute.
Thank you.
Goes really fast. But those comments, I haven't seen them submitted. I'm anxious to see them submitted.
Okay.
Thank you. Christina Bunzel, to be followed by Jody Johnson.
I'm going to follow basically that is my husband. I'm a farmer's wife. I don't farm. We have had incidents that, we see reported of cars, buses, anything like that in the middle of the night, and we have to be up and aware of what's going on. We have had people break into the farm, steal animals. We're concerned about our welfare of our families that live on the farm. They're not, there's kids on the farm. We just haven't.
May I interrupt for a second? The requirements for this period is that it's in city matter jurisdiction. So if you could make a nexus to city matter assistance or, jurisdiction.
These people are coming into our city from outside of town.
No, if they're coming, what we're seeing is a plea here for support in county territory. And so we would defer and ask you to take this with the county and their rural crimes network.
They come through Petaluma. They have summits in Petaluma. This is DXC.
And
Mayor,
so,
these same people come
you've not been recognized, and this is a problem. When council only speaks when called upon. They ask permission, and not as advocacy for general public comment. That's inappropriate.
Well, I'm only trying to clarify.
I'm suggesting that you maintain order, and we not have to take it any further. Do you understand what my point is?
I do, and I yield my time then.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jody Johnson, to be followed by Chris Parker.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. We come together tonight from multiple mobile parks in Petaluma, representing really one of the last alternatives to affordable housing. What sets us apart is that we can own our mobile homes, which reflect a sales price that is within our means. However, we must rent the land from what used to be mom and pop owners, some who even live within these communities. As you honor affordable housing this month, we call attention to the attack on mobile park residents by large investment groups who purchase secret deals from these mom and pop owners, pillage and seek to remove all protections that cities, counties, and states have taken years to put in place. These are sophisticated investors who own up to 100 mobile parks in each of their portfolios, who of course did their due diligence as to what profit they would receive. Never would investors not understand the market or the bottom line before handing over millions and millions of dollars to own Petaluma mobile parks. It isn't just Petaluma, it is of course happening in all 50 states.
Thank you. Chris Parker, to be followed by Jennifer Boyle.
We, the 2,500 residents in 900 addresses in our 7 mobile parks in Petaluma, stand in their way. We stand in their way in park investment groups gouging, intimidating, and coercing their way to profits so far exceeding local rent stabilization ordinances. Standing in their way is not for the faint of heart. We are attacked in every part of every peaceful living. We have had to face 5 arbitrations, 4 closure notifications, 2 of them illegal, removal of senior park status even when a senior park overlay was in effect, removal of parking, a core need just to function daily, illegal termination of tenancies, massive overcharges. We have been faced with fundraising money when there was donor fatigue. We've been faced with eviction for standing up for our rights.
Thank you. Jennifer Boyle, to be followed by Angela Cruz.
We have been faced with eviction for standing up for our rights, and we have been faced with eviction from heavy financial burdens of water heaters, heating, siding, flooring, even weeds that some residents simply cannot afford to repair. Our saving grace was and is Rebuilding Together of Petaluma and Petaluma People Services. They minimize that stress day in and out. These investment groups are trying to bleed dry the seniors and vulnerable families living in Youngstown, Capri, and Little Woods with frivolous litigation that requires unsurmountable legal fees. These litigations, unanswered, would allow these bad actor.
Thank you. Angela Cruz, to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Investment groups receiving exactly what they are seeking, raising ground rents to whatever they want, intimidating, coercing, and threatening residents into submission. If you could imagine your own grandmother or grandfather living in a mobile home park like Youngstown, having these business practices stressing them out every day, most who fall prey to submission just to have a little peace before they leave this earth. If you could imagine a vulnerable family member raising their children, humbly working multiple jobs, having to be frightened that when they pull up to unload their children, since their parking space is gone and requires finding parking a long ways away, living in fear that the manager's threats of towing while you are unloading is real. How could they afford $600 plus to get it out of towing? The affordable housing crisis is real. These bad actor investment groups lead with the false narratives.
Thank you. Tim Porteous, to be followed by Omar Lopez.
With the false narratives that they are supplying affordable housing. They are not.
Excuse me 1 second. Can I ask you to speak into the microphone?
Thank you. They are not. Residents themselves buy these mobile homes with hard-earned money. These investment groups are supplying land only that residents pay a lot for. Their intent is not affordability, it's gouging and more profits. Their false narratives are simply that, false narratives. While our residents live under the stress of appeals now and loss of parking and so much more, these bad actor investment groups continue to reduce even more of the amenities we pay for. Youngstown Pool opened May 1st with duck feces in the hot tub and pool, algae and dirt throughout the tiles, non-working hot tub, cold water in shower, and broken furniture. Once again, we the residents.
Thank you very much. 1 minute goes so fast. Omar Lopez, to be followed by Stefan Perez.
Good evening, Mayor McDonald, council members and staff. My name is Omar Lopez. I'm the Senior Program Associate at Generation Housing. I'll keep it short. We just want to thank you for recognizing May as Affordable Housing Month, and more importantly, thank you for your long-standing commitment to housing solutions in Petaluma. We would also like to echo the thanks for Sue, who throughout her time at the city embodied the spirit behind Affordable Housing Month. This Affordable Housing Month, let's recommit to using the tremendous opportunity we have at the local level to reimagine policies, incentivize housing projects, and leverage partnerships that make it possible for everyone to call Petaluma home. Thank you again for your leadership and for continuing to place housing at the center of your vision for a thriving, inclusive city.
Thank you. Stefan Perez, to be followed by Shalina Moredo.
Hello. Last meeting, it was quite distressing to see the decorum break down. And because of that, I think, with all due respect, Councilwoman Cater Thompson, I think that if you care about Petaluma and its citizens, you would resign. After your behavior at the last city council meeting, it was proven that you are not fit to represent us. To call citizens anti-Semites for disagreeing with your policies is an insult to actual victims of anti-Semitism. To label citizens terrorists for daring to question their elected officials and engage in the democratic process shows a deep level of contempt that you have for your constituents. To evoke the good name of Helen Putnam as someone who you're sure would agree with you if she were still alive is not only in bad taste, but further proves the narcissism that is motivating these actions. There's petitions circulating with hundreds of signatures that are demanding you to resign. You've lost the support of the people with this violent, disgusting behavior.
Thank you very much. Your next speaker will be Shalina Moreira, and to be followed by Andy Schrader.
Shalina Moreira. Perhaps the most fundamental of all First Amendment free speech principles is that individuals have the right to speak at public meetings, which includes free speech right to criticize the government. The U.S. Supreme Court explained this core democratic principle in New York Times versus Sullivan, 1964, writing of our profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. The First Amendment generally guards against official reprisal, retaliation, given that retaliation for exercising one's right to protected speech threatens to inhibit the exercise of the protected right. I'm quoting Lacey versus Maricopa County. Also had two people cede time to me, by the way.
And so before we proceed, I don't believe it is part of our general guidelines to allow seated time in general time. It is appropriate on individual items. So we're not allowing seated time this evening. And the next speaker is Andy Schrader.
I still have time.
Proceed.
When you accept these positions, you're accepting to do these things right. To shut down people who are coming in here and asking for protections for the businesses that do business around Petaluma is wrong.
Clerk. Thank you.
No seated time because you've done it before.
Thank you. It's not the clerk's decision, it's the presiding officer's decision.
You're supposed to do things the same every meeting.
Thank you very much for tonight.
Is that correct?
I am clear on what we're doing tonight. I'd like our attorney to first address the amendment claim.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll address that. I'll respond to the mayor's comments. Thank you. So the Petaluma City Council meetings are a place where free expression occurs as a limited forum on topics that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction. And the reason for that balancing, that limit, is that so the city can conduct the public's business. There are many items of business, and they tend to be actually some of the most important items of business that the city carries out that can only be conducted in these chambers. And that is why it is lawful to have reasonable limits on public participation in accordance with the Brown Act and the federal and state constitutions so that we can ensure that business is conducted. And Mr. Mayor's comments tonight were completely in keeping with those principles. As to the issue of aggregating time, it is in accordance with our council rules, and I'll refer people, and these are available on our website. Section 3, public participation at council meetings under public comment, time limitations, the aggregation of comments, excuse me, is only permitted for speaking on agendized items. General public comment does not provide for aggregated comments. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to reiterate that paragraph I read before. It is my role as mayor to hold this meeting in strict adherence to issues and not personal attacks. I will be doing so more assertively tonight and moving forward. And that's why you're seeing a much more engaged level, because we do not want to return to what we had at our last meeting. Our next speaker is Andy Schrader, to be followed by Allison Gutierrez Aguilar.
You know, what's going on in this chamber is really not cool. Hate speech directed toward city council members is not cool, including online anti-Semitic images. I want to live in a city where I can bring my kids to council meetings so they can see and learn how laws are made, so they can understand politically sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. I want them to experience respectful leadership from both the city council and from the community. Not hatred, not derision. Our children should not be exposed to racist, hateful, derogatory language from public speakers, and neither should we. These words cause actual, real emotional harm. California law prohibits fighting words, language likely used to incite imminent violence and hate crimes, which means if you do it, you can be arrested. And I strongly encourage the city council and the city attorney to prosecute anyone who does. We deserve better from our elected officials. We deserve better from, and they deserve better from the.
Submit by a written comment, but we are not seeing. Our next speaker is Allison Gutierrez Aguilar, and to be followed by Maureen Gottschall.
Hi, my name is Allison Aguilar, and I live on a farm and I go to school in Petaluma. I would like there to be more protection for everything surrounding farming because farms are important to Petaluma. I have been working on my family farm since I was a little girl, working with baby cows, baby chicks, horses, and more. And I am active with the community inside city limits, like the Better Next Parade at the parade. We were approached by animal activist groups. This is scary. We are requesting stronger protection here in Petaluma. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Maureen Gottschall, to be followed by John Hanania.
Hello. I sent an email 2 weeks ago in regards to the butter and eggs bike lane parking and the unsafe on D Street, and I've received no response. The only person who acknowledged it was Councilmember Janice Cater Thompson in last meeting, saying that implying that she said she was happy to see it being used as overflow parking. This is extremely frustrating, the lack of response, acknowledgement of the hazards that are going on for this pilot. Is it the city's intention that the smaller bike lane be used as overflow? We are asking the city, when implementing a pilot, to not leave it up to the neighbors to tell you if there's a hazard. This could have been easily remedied if there were no parking signs during large events, city events. The city needs to have some forethought in handling these known situations. It's not like they didn't know that butter and eggs was coming.
Thank you. John Hanania, to be followed by Wayne Ekstrom.
Good evening. You might want to catch up on the Brown Act. The time is up to your discretion. No need for you to cut the people off. Let me start with the city manager. It does not look good for you to have your index finger in Alex's face. Now I'll go to you, Mayor. You cut people off, but yet Janice Cater Thompson went completely off topic for 6 minutes and 19 seconds, and not once you interrupted her. You can laugh all you want. I'm asking for her resignation. There's 401 signatures so far, and if I have to walk her precinct to gather signature, I will do so. You need to take a vote on general public time. I don't blame Mr. DeCarli for his action. If I was in his shoes, I would do a lot more than what he had done. And it's wrong of you guys to point the finger at somebody who's defending himself for constantly getting daggers by another city council member and attacking the community member and attacking business owner.
Thank you very
And
much
by the
for
way,
your comments. Wayne Eggstrom is our next speaker, and Kathy Gugelmedi is our next to follow that.
I'm Kathy Gugelmedi. I'm withdrawing my comment card as it will be repetitive of other comments.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Wayne Eggstrom. I just wanted to talk about, about the guidelines that we're supposed to be adhering to, which is the general plan. And I'm kind of concerned that it hasn't been even posted or when it's going to be applied. There are several issues that, point of business, it would be, let me see, the water treatment plant. The reclaimed natural gas facility is still not online, and why it's not, I don't know. When is that information going to be put out onto the public so we can tell what you guys actually have planned for the city? Because there's a lot of things that you guys are supposed to start business and finish business, but at 2019, that plant should have been up and running, and it's now 2025. 6 years is way too long for you guys to make a move.
Thank you very much. If you put that comment in writing, we'll be able to reply directly regarding that issue. Our next speaker is Deb Moreta, to be followed by Teresa Avila.
My name is Deborah Moreta. I am 5th generation, and my grandchildren will be 6th. All right, something like that. We've been running the dairy since 1914, and we look forward to continuing it. But as the public keeps coming, more people keep coming into Petaluma, it gets harder and harder. But with that, I'd also like to say we are still asking for Petaluma to embrace our roots and protect the farms that made Petaluma what it is. Petaluma businesses rely on this ecosystem. There are groups who are trying to take that away from us. Petaluma Farms gives us delicious local foods, and I think many of us would like to see that remain. When voting, we had over 85% actually. There is a billboard up right now near the auction yard and the outlets that demonstrates that these groups have not gone away because they overwhelmingly lost the vote on Measure J. They're going to continue criminalizing harassing farmers.
Thank you. Teresa Avila. Okay, thank you. Joe Chapman, to be followed by Brooke Pippy.
Good evening, everyone. The hypocrisy from the city has been pretty interesting. I've been watching this hotel debacle go for a while. The local fairgrounds was once an economic engine, generated approximately $12 million for the community annually without burdening taxpayers. However, since the city has assumed control, its management has resulted in significant six-digit losses funded by taxpayer money, the first time in over 100 years. Adding to this concern, financial studies from the 2012 studies were once on the city fairgrounds, has now been removed from the website since Healthy Democracy debacle. And requests for financial reports since the city has taken over has not been produced by the city. I would like the city to do better. If they're worried about the money coming in from the hotel, you'd get a lot more if you just went through and kept the fairgrounds in someone else's hands.
Thank you very much for your comments. And Brooke Pippy is our last speaker, and I believe that was a cede to Shalene as well. So that closes public comment for the evening. I'd like to bring it back up to council for council comments. And I think out of respect for the public and our limitations on them for 1 minute, I'm going to impress the same time standard on our council to stay tight on message here, keep us moving. And I'd like to start with Council Member Barnacle first.
I have nothing to report out.
Okay, well, show off. So thank you very much, Councilwoman Decatur
I have
Thompson.
nothing to report out either.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
I always have something to say, Mr. Mayor. At our April Public Safety Advisory Meeting, the Petaluma Police Department gave a presentation on the department's progress on strategic plan for 2026 to 2031. Priorities and focus is on external and internal trainings. 100% crisis trained, 95% of the staff filled. Crime reduction was down in 2024. 95% of the staff has been filled, and crime reduction was down in 2024. Proactive patrols and DUI prevention with the Slow the Fast Down campaign, plus the safe routes to schools. Community outreach includes things as town hall, school forums, coffee with a cop, district newsletters, and a partnership with Petaluma City Schools on safety plans. Very proud of our police department. I attended the Earth Day festivities around town at local schools, the Maypole event on the fairgrounds, through Live Oak, Tree Fest.
You're in the bonus. Sorry.
Am I done?
goes
Okay, I'll
really-
turn these in
Yeah.
to the
clerk.
city clerk.
That's correct.
But there was lots of wonderful things going on.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCarli.
I have nothing to report out, but one statement to make. I am extremely passionate about our community. I ran on being a voice for them, as well as to unite everybody, and I feel like I really did that through the campaign. Anytime someone attempts to bully, silence, or create division within our community, I will be there to stick up for them. I want the public to feel comfortable and safe here. If I have any regrets, it's that I didn't stand up for the community sooner. And I do have one clarification question for the city attorney. Am I mistaken in thinking that we've allowed people to cede time during public comment in the past?
I believe you are, council member.
Thank you. Councilmember Quint.
Thank you. I want to just give a quick shout out to the Age-Friendly Petaluma group, which hosted a Learn How to Be Your Own Geriatrician event at the SRJC on April 26th. It was a great event. It was well attended, and it provided a wealth of information for our senior community. Also want to give a shout out to Chief Brian Miller and his team for showing up at a neighborhood meeting at Cali Ranchero and Freitas to hear community concerns over traffic and noise on Freitas, and immediately went into action, making adjustments to traffic lights and looking forward to making additional safety upgrades there. So thank you, team, for making that effort. Appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, first, to support the geriatric talk that I also attended, and it was recorded, and so you can come to Age-Friendly website and see that recording. Lots of really good information about how to advocate for yourself. I attended the North Bay Watershed Water Reuse Association, and they have 4 goals: recycling, water reuse, but potable use of recycled water, even though listed, they're not working on that for potable use of recycled water. That's going to be, other cities are doing that. Drought contingency and sea level rise, and lots of cooperations happening between them and other groups, which is going to move forward in lots of partnerships to solve these problems. The Sonoma Land Trust gave a talk on the kelp that's happening on our coast, and we have complete devastation, up to 90% of our kelp forests out there on our entire north coast. It's severe, and it might be irreversible. So in some spots right now, it's that bad because of what's happening out in the oceans. The ocean still provides 50% oxygen for us. More information on that. Okay.
Thank you very much. It's amazing. Let's see if I can do it. So in the good news, SMART has just announced that on Butter and Egg Days, the train broke all records. They ran 3-car trains instead of 2-car trains. They brought over 4,200 people into downtown Petaluma from both the north and the south. And imagine how much parking and traffic that saved. On the bad news side, my meeting of the Continuum of Care Homeless Coalition, they announced the spending drops for homelessness programs, as much as, on average, 17% cuts in all the programs that HUD supports. Now, we've seen Relief lose their Fed funding for AmeriCorps. We've seen COT losing their funding as well. So COTS has a fundraiser this Thursday, Give Generously. And I also attended a county remote access network meeting. And what that is that's the fingerprint mugshot live scan technology group. And they're having challenges with their rising costs as well. Also attended Secure Family Immigration Workshop and a peace poll at Mary Collins School. Thank you very much. And that brings us to our city manager comments.
Well done, Mayor. Council, community, and staff. I have two things for Ms. Gottschalk. Staff is responding regarding the protocols on D Street during events, and we will be getting back to you on that. And then for Mr. Ekstrom, if you give the clerk I'm not sure where Wayne is, if you give her your email, we will get back to you on that project. And that's, those are my comments. Thank you.
And we're under a minute. Very good. So next we're moving to our consent calendar for the evening. And I do want to advertise that we will be doing the renaming of Chinese Historic Park next. That's a really cool thing if you don't want to leave yet. But the consent calendar comes next. And I'd like to look up and down the dais and see if any council member wishes to pull an item or just has a question for it. Council Member Shribs.
More just a comment that there's 7 items, and rather than just passing over and just say they're all okay, just to show you the good work that our city staff is doing. We've got the Landscape Assessment District project is moving forward. It's if anybody has or in one of those, please go take a look at that report to see what's in there. You'll definitely be interested. We have 3 things on transit. Our bus systems are doing all sorts of things to gain money to do things, including buses. We've got a seismic analysis that's going to be done for several buildings, particularly the museum is up front for that. And we're moving forward with affordable housing. There's a project in line that's going to move forward, and sea level rise mapping is being done to look at
I'm going to thank you for that. Thank you.
I just want to let
yeah, I get it, but the script is posted for everyone to read.
Yes.
We're going to run a tighter ship from this point forward.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember DeCarli, you wish to weigh in?
I'd like to pull item 8, please.
Item 8, which is the residential density bonus agreement for the Rovina Lane. And then going down this way, Councilmember Barnacle.
I have a question. I don't need to, I can hold it if you'd like, but I have a question on.
This is our question time.
Okay, on the tentative agenda, the May 19th, item 7 on the tentative agenda is resolution approving recommendations for potential 2025 discussion topics for the Sonoma County Mayors and Councilmembers Association. Can you just say what the recommendations will be? Because I don't think we're going to have a discussion.
I cannot say what the recommendation will be, but I can say that the chair of the Mayors Association, Mayors and Councils Association, has asked each mayor, each council to come up with 3 items that they figure collective city effort will assist in better county collaboration. So we're looking for items that collaborate with county.
Got you. And so we're not going to have a discussion on that, though. We're just going to approve your recommendation. Is that the plan?
Do we have that listed as consent?
It's currently on consent because all 9 cities agreed that it was the top 3, but we could always pull it.
Awesome.
And
yep.
You can always pull it at that date.
Yep.
Okay, so public comment on this item is for all items on the consent calendar. We'll do public comment collective all at once, and then we'll bring back to the council for 2 different actions, 8 and all the others. So do we have any comments from the public, and would you please read the public comment messaging?
Yes, we did receive comments on the consent calendar, 1 on item 4 and 1 on item number 8. And members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Well, not having any cards at the counter and not seeing and you rush to the counter, I am closing public comment and bringing the item back to council. And I'd like to first see if we have a motion for items 1 through 9, that excluding item 8. So we have a motion by Barnacle.
I'll move items 1 through 7 and 9.
And a second from Cater Thompson. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Any conversation, any discussion, consent usually doesn't involve that. Roll call vote on those items.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Now, bringing it back to the matter of item 8, I'll invite Councilmember DeCarly in to explain.
I'll keep it short here, but I just want to be consistent with what I said at the last meeting regarding the Ravina project. Where these density bonus laws, they override our local control and our ability to grow and develop in Petaluma as we wish to do. And so, a project like this, excuse me, while I do support housing, I don't support laws that override how Petaluma grows and develops. And so this is not the sort of thing that I want to support.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion.
So moved.
Councilmember Now
I'll make a motion to move item 8.
to approve item 8.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second.
And a second from Barnacle. And a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
No.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you very much. That brings us to our public hearings, matters for consideration. Item 10 is renaming Center Park to Historic Chinatown Park in accordance with city facilities naming policy and procedure and in recognition of geographic significance and historical contributions to the community. I'd like to invite Jonathan Leong, Senior Management Analyst, and Drew Halter, our Director of Parks and Recreation, to introduce the item.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. City Council members, staff, and community. Drew Halter, Director of Parks and Recreation, and I'm joined here by Jonathan Leong, Senior Management Analyst with the Community Development Department. We are also joined here tonight by Lena Hoshino, who you remember spoke earlier, along with other founding members of the Historic Chinatown Ad Hoc Committee, who are also available tonight to answer any questions or delve into some of the specifics related to some of their really extensive research that they've done that led to tonight's discussion. I want to also point out, attached to tonight's agenda, along with the staff report, are 2 documents that can provide some context for those following along. One is the resolution establishing the city's facilities naming policy, and the other attachment being the naming procedures themselves, which outline the process that we'll be covering at a high level and referencing here tonight. We have about 12 slides. I will kick things off again at a pretty high level, talk us through the city's process for renaming public parks and facilities and provide some context to that recommendation. Then I'll be passing this along to Jonathan to lead us the rest of the way, providing some historical background related to Center Park, the research conducted by the Historical Chinatown Ad Hoc Committee that illustrates the connection between the significant contributions of the Chinese members of the Petaluma community. So let's get started. Next slide, please, Caitlin. So tonight's staff is seeking a recommendation that the City Council adopt the attached resolution to rename Center Park Historic Chinatown Park in accordance with the city's public parks and facilities naming policy. Next slide, please. So really quickly or at a brief level, the city's policy, facilities naming policy and procedure was adopted through Council Resolution 89304, which essentially states that the City Council shall exercise final authority in naming or renaming, in this case, all public facilities within its jurisdiction. There are 2 essential criteria to help guide us and the council in making this recommendation. One is to name public facilities so that they will be easily identified as a geographical location and or function. The second is to encourage the dedication of land or funds for public use by individuals and or groups in recognition of their achievement or community contribution. When appropriate, a public facility can be named in honor of a person or group when such a person or group has made major contributions to the community. As we follow along, this is one of the really unique opportunities where, both really criteria come into play here. While staff is seeking the recommendation due to the significant contributions of the Chinese members of the community, as we learn more about the area, the history, and the integration and contributions, the geographic location comes into play, which I thought was very interesting, and I know Jonathan will touch on. When it comes to matters of renaming facilities and parks within the Parks and Recreation purview, it's been Council's practice to direct the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission to hear this item and come back with the City Council with a formal recommendation. In this case, the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission did receive this presentation in March's regular meeting. The discussion led to a unanimous recommendation that they bring this back to City Council here tonight. Next slide, please. Jonathan Lung, Senior Management Analyst, will take over from here.
Thank you, Drew. Jonathan Lung with Community Development Department. Good evening, Mayor McDonald and members of City Council. Grateful to have the opportunity to speak on this item tonight and present it to the Council for a decision. So I wanted to give, I kind of want to walk Council and the community through what the effort entails, kind of giving a bit of history, kind of what's driving it, and what are some of the significant factors leading to that decision. A bit of background. Earlier this year, the city embarked upon some steps to make actionable steps to recognize underrepresented individuals and groups. Many of you were here for the proclamation for Henry Chenault, was one of the first and most prominent Black businessmen in Petaluma, and he was recognized in proclamation back in February in honor of Black History Month. This has then been now driven a lot by the community, the AANHPI community here, to embark on another kind of novel step, is to rename Center Park in recognition of the immense contributions and roots of the Chinese migrant population in the late 19th and 20th century here in Petaluma. So this is to really honor and add another layer to the rich history of Petaluma and also its downtown history, so that other future generations can look at, and it's really driven by the community that's been budding for years. Some further background: the city was approached by the Historic Chinatown Park Ad Hoc Committee, and they wanted to see staff and the city take some actions to kind of recognize the AAPI community, and one of those was to support steps to rename Center Park to Historic Chinatown Park. The group in question here, many of them in the audience who will speak later on, are from both local and regional groups that advocate for a myriad of efforts to highlight and represent the AAPI community. And as mentioned, there is currently an exhibit at the Petaluma Historical Library Museum to talk about the Chinese immigrant influence and role. Sorry about that, Caitlin. I should have said next slide. Next slide, please. So with that background, I wanted to provide a chronological visual to help the community, the public, and City Council understand the historical and cultural significance of the Chinese immigrant community. And I'm going to walk you through a short, brief, but very comprehensive timeline to provide that framework. So if you look at the first panel, and George H. Keller founded Petaluma in 1852, and then it was subsequently incorporated as a city in 1858. Moving on to the next panel, by 1860s, the area started to see some activity. The area didn't have a formal name, but later came to be known as Lower Main Street Plaza. It served as a place for people on horses and wagons to come and use it for hitching posts, water troughs, and kind of a little bit of a respite during their travels in commerce. As we move into the mid-1860s, John McNair, amongst many other industrialists in the area, started to employ Chinese laborers in the community, large in part, and it was cheaper, and it was available, and they were involved in a myriad of different industries: agriculture, brickmaking, dredging of the Petaluma River, and agriculture as well. So by the time we move into the fourth panel in the 1870s, as with a lot of influx immigrant communities, an enclave was born. And from that enclave, there were a variety of businesses that came to support that community. You have wash houses, boarding houses, retail, restaurants, and it started to really form itself to kind of support that immigrant population of Chinese workers. Next slide, please. So around 1871, from the panel in the top left, the area was then officially given the name of Lower Main Street Plaza. Continued to serve a very similar function, and again, for wagons and folks coming through. Between this time and the late 1870s is when Petaluma and the national stage started to see a lot of big changes. California was hit with the effects of a national recession that was spurred primarily by over-speculation in railroads and lower European demand for U.S. farm goods, which unfortunately resulted in high unemployment, job loss, and foreclosures of a lot of farms. This had first, second, third order effects and fomented a lot of anti-Chinese sentiment by American groups that from local, state, and national levels. And in the 1870s, a lot of anti-Chinese clubs and labor boycotts emerged. A lot of that also fueled from local leaders at the time. This culminated in what we have mentioned a couple times today, the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Exclusion Act that banned Chinese immigrants for about 10 years. Now, a little bit backstory behind that, those laws didn't really relax until the 1940s. So it speaks to how long-standing those legislation actions were that they took. So as an effect, the Chinese population started to significantly decline, and the presence within the Petaluma was mostly in a diminished state around the 1920s. And at the same time, Lower Main Street Plaza was renamed to Center Park in the 1920s, and for the past 100 years, it's been really it's been used for a lot of civic and community activities, and has had a lot of development occur around it as Petaluma became more industrial and had a lot more economic vibrancy. That has grown tremendously, and it serves still as a respite for a lot of that vehicle-centric activity. Next slide, please. So I just want us to hold on the slide a little bit. This slide is meant to demonstrate kind of the past and present of Petaluma. What you're seeing in front of you is courtesy of Terry Park and through the Historic Chinatown Ad Committee and Petaluma Museum, are exhibits they currently have at their museum. In the center, what you see is a snapshot of a lot of these Chinese businesses and establishment back during the time when they're most active. In the top left corner where you see number 9, that is a central market. One labeled 2 in the top right with Petaluma Milk stands. That's on Petaluma North and B Street. And you'll see some other notable buildings out there. Now, unfortunately, a lot of these buildings that were there at the time are no longer existing, and these are newer buildings. But through a lot of arduous work from the looking at historical archives and the museum and the Ad Committee, they've been able to cross-reference and find a lot of these businesses that was there in the past, really showcasing the presence and the history of the Chinatown community at the time. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to ask members of the public or council to squint their eyes for this one, but what I want to highlight is the Petaluma River is one of the most visual and long-standing effects and outcomes of Chinese labor in the Chinese immigrant community. At the time, it was very winding and difficult to navigate through the industrialists like E.R. Moffitt, Charles Minter, and John McNair. They employed hundreds and hundreds of Chinese immigrants who in turn were able to straighten the Petaluma River, do dredging projects, a lot of it being physically laborious, and ultimately result was opening Petaluma to a lot of critical economic activity. It allowed cargo ships and steamships to go through. It allowed Petaluma to export its dairy and grain to major ports like San Francisco. And a lot of that straightening resulted in Petaluma being the vibrant, diverse, and amazing community it is today. I want to circle back and showcase how this effort aligns with, next slide, please. I want to circle back and demonstrate how it aligns with city goals and priorities. One of the goals of the city is for spaces and places that inspire, and that includes recognizing the local history and making folks feel included and welcomed. And so it really speaks to recognizing underrepresented histories. Again, primarily community-driven of this effort. It historically preserves the cultural elements and assets of Petaluma, particularly our downtown. And it's a commitment to our goals of diversity and inclusion, because Petaluma's history is rich with culture and economic industrial history. So for next steps, staff is recommending, next slide please. Staff is recommending that City Council adopt the attached resolution to rename Center Park to Historic Chinatown Park in accordance with the city's public parks and facilities naming policy. And with that, next slide, we're up to Q&A.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation of a project whose time really is perfect to be now. Any questions? And remember, this is the new tough schedule. This is a question. Questions are 25 words or less and end in question marks. Okay, go. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, put in the question. Two questions. Besides the park itself, which I'm supporting, we've talked in the past about other locations, plaques or QR code put on places to do things to support this whole history that the Chinese provided for us early on. Do we have more plans in store ahead for additional renamings or plaques and identifications, kiosks, whatever? What do we have coming up next?
Thank you, Councilman Shribs. Absolutely. So we have city staff have plans to incorporate a lot of elements you spoke of using QR codes and plaques. One of them is Historic Chinatown. The goal was to get this out of the way first and then move forward with that. But we also want to look at using plaque for any time we're recognizing like historic figures like Henry Chenault, for example. So we have those plans.
Good. I would support that. And then besides the Chinatown, we also had, even before then, we also had a lot of indigenous folks that were employed and do things also earlier on. And I was wondering, we're going to put equal effort into maybe looking at that history and providing a little bit more there with plaques and renaming of things. Is that also in the works?
I'll field this one. Thank you, Councilmember Shribs, for the question. I think it'll be really important as I think Lena mentioned during the proclamation, our engagement with the Petaluma Museum, Historical, and Library. So it's been really interesting as part of this process as we continue to educate ourselves and engage more groups that are bringing energy and expertise into the project, that we lead on those experts with the Historical Museum, the research that the ad hoc folks have done, and that we be thoughtful about incorporating as much into this as we can.
Good. And then last one is, now that we're going to go through this renaming, what does that actually imply? The actual plaques, the maps that may be changing that we may have to do, the museum information. What is it, when you say rename, could you tell us what that actually implies and how far are we actually going to go to do this? Because I know we had someone try to rename a gulf of something. Let's see, how far can we go in making sure that this is public information and shared and very visible?
Yeah, that's a great question. Essentially, through council action, council has the sole responsibility and authority to name public facilities and parks. That's what we'd be doing tonight. Yes, there's a sign, a plaque, a memorialized, but there's also literature, there's indexes, there's location maps. It's a process, but we eventually would be referring to this park in its new name, essentially after council action.
Thank you. And other questions? Councilmember Now?
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, John. My question is real quick. There is an El Camino Real bell as you're driving into that parking before you get to Center Park, which is now going to be renamed. So how does that play? And should that bell be moved or relocated? And there should be a plaque for the new history. And I know the museum has a QR code that you can go around the history tour, walking tour, and point your phone at it and get all the information on whatever building. So I didn't know if that El Camino Real bell was going to fit into that or if it's going to get moved.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's been no recommendation to move the bell or the history. That's not really the intent with this project. It's more to add layers to the history and to the site. So this isn't a subtraction in any way. It's really to add a spotlight of the significant contributions of the Chinese community, not necessarily the history of the El Camino Real and the bell.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And seeing no other questions, I'd like to open it for public comment and ask the clerk to read our messaging and any prior input.
Yes, we have received 3 public comments on item number 10 ahead of the meeting. I actually think we had a few more come in today that aren't in that count. And we do have several cards already, but anyone else who would like to speak, please bring your speaker cards to my desk at this moment. And speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Oh my, we have 15 speakers. I knew it was a hot topic. And so Elise Hemphill to be followed by Lena Hoshino.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and city staff. No, I'm not a groupie. I'm Elise Hemphill, and today I'm honored to be speaking to you on behalf of the board of Petaluma Historical Library and Museum, which we often call the historical heart of Petaluma. At the museum, we believe that the power is in place. The ability for us to tell stories of the city right where history happened. In Petaluma, history isn't just something you read about in books. It's around us. It's the streets. It's the buildings. It's the memorials and the memories that we have of those who came before us. We all know of iconic stories that make Petaluma what it is today, like the innovation of the chicken incubator. But some stories, equally important, have remained hidden in plain sight. This month, as we celebrate the National Historical Preservation Month and Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, that is a mouthful, we are reminded how vital it is to tell a fuller, more inclusive story of the city's past, because we cannot tell the complete story of Petaluma without including all of the people that it has had shape it. That's why we are so proud to have opened the new exhibit last month in partnership with the Petaluma Old Chinatown Memorial Park Ad Hoc Committee. That exhibit is called Petaluma Chinatown Unearthed, Remembering the Past for a Better Future. It presents a deeply important chapter in the city's history, one that explores social, political, and judicial disenfranchisement of Chinese Petalumans, especially during the Chinese Exclusions Act in the late 1800s. But it also tells of strength, of resilience, and of community. A special thanks goes to Lena and the entire team of the Petaluma Old Chinatown Memorial Park Ad Hoc Committee. Their dedication has ensured that stories of Chinese residents, most of whom were driven out of by anti-Chinese sentiment, but not erased. Their legacies live on in historical records, in maps and artifacts, and now in the exhibit. But we believe that honoring these lives cannot stop with a temporary exhibit. That is why we enthusiastically support the redesignation of Center Park as historic Chinatown Park, a permanent tribute to the generations of Chinese immigrants who helped build this city and whose contributions made Petaluma stronger, more vibrant, and more resilient. This is not just about preserving our past. It's about creating a better, more inclusive future, one where every story matters and every community is seen.
Thank you. Lena Hoshino, to be followed by Cecilia Shimizu.
Thank you so much again. I'm a member of the historic Chinatown Park. And in developing the Chinatown Unearthed exhibit, I learned so much. I have a much deeper understanding of the AAPI community's place in both local and national history. It's been a powerful journey, joyful and also devastating. Joyful for the new friendships that I made, and collaborating with old friends, and it's just been really wonderful to do that. But because uncovering this history also meant reading 19th century local newspapers steeped in racism, fear, and their involvement in the anti-Chinese movement, it was really painful also. For me, this year has been a paradigm shift, reshaping how I understand my place in history as a child of Asian immigrants. Today, I'm alarmed by seeing the history repeat itself. I also feel immense gratitude for everyone who showed up. Thank you all. Contributed and believed in this work. At its heart, this has always been about building community, not just for AAPI residents, though that's where we needed to start, but for all of us who calls California or Petaluma our home. Chinese immigrants help shape every county in this state, from San Diego to the borders of Oregon, the Sierras to the Pacific coast. Renaming this small patch of land called Center Park to historic Chinatown Park and installing a plaque is an important start. But we can't end there. True justice means treating people with dignity and respect. And this moment gives me a hope that we can begin to do just that. Thank you so much. And of course, I support renaming the park.
Thank you. Cecilia Shimizu, to be followed by Frank Chung.
Hello. I want to thank the mayor and the city council for giving me the ability to speak to you all on this topic today. I am the president of the Sonoma County chapter of the Japanese American Citizens League, and today I speak in unwavering support of renaming Center Park to historic Chinatown Park. This name change is more than just a gesture. It is recognition, a long overdue acknowledgement of the Chinese American community whose resilience, labor, and contributions helped shape Petaluma into the thriving city it is today. As the leader of a civil rights organization dedicated to preserving the history of Japanese American community, I understand the power of remembrance. It is through honoring the struggles and triumphs of those who came before us that we pave the way for a more just and inclusive future. The renaming of this park is an opportunity to ensure that the sacrifices and achievements of Petaluma's Chinese pioneers are not forgotten, but celebrated. History should not remain buried. By embracing the true story of this land, we show respect, gratitude, and solidarity with all of those who laid the groundwork for the community we cherish today. I urge everyone to support this meaningful step forward. Let us stand together in truth, in remembrance, and in recognition of the legacy we continue to build. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Chong, to be followed by Grant Din.
Good evening, all, and thank you for the opportunity to address you. As a proud resident of Petaluma, when I was appointed the 5th president of Santa Rosa Junior College. I was the first non-white male president. I was also the first person to be president of the college who lived in Petaluma. I didn't know that was such a big deal until Maggie Fishman kept reminding me every time I saw her. And I'm glad I made that decision because I love this city. And I'll love it even more after you pass this resolution because I think it will really reflect when I first came here, I had grown up in New York City Chinatown. I had worked in Oakland Chinatown. I had worked in San Francisco Chinatown. And I said, man, I'm coming up to Petaluma. When am I going to get some good Chinese food? And then I met the Gong family, right? T.J. Lowe and his family, Kirk Locke. I began to see there's a small but mighty Chinese community and Asian American community in Petaluma, and they've embraced me, and I embraced them back. You know, we've formed a Sonoma County Asian American Democratic Club, which is really thriving right now. And we're going to make our presence known. And as my friend Helen Zia, who wrote a book called Asian American Dream, said that for many years, Chinese and Asians were MIH, you know, missing in history, MIH, you know. And every day we get opportunities to write those. And so as an educator, Lena asked me to speak about the educational value of this. Now I can take my daughters to come visit here and not just go to Lombardi's and eat ribs and go to Butter and Eggs Parade. I can take them to the park and say, this is where your ancestors helped build this great town and this great city. So that's something for me to be really proud of. So I just really appreciate the opportunity and look forward to rebuilding the past for everybody, indigenous people, other people of color, and everybody who makes this town great. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Grant Din to be followed by Frank Yee.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Grant Din, and I live in Oakland, but don't hold that against me, okay? I've been coming up here a lot for the past year to help on the volunteer committee, and it's been really a joy. As Lena mentioned, the people involved and just the city is great. Imagine looking in the 1870 census and finding, you know, a lot of Chinese people in various parts of the city. I was looking there's very few women at that time in the Chinese community. I found a boarding house, Ah Sing's boarding house, and unfortunately there are no addresses that given. But Ah Sing had this is how the people were listed. Unlike everyone else in the census who had a name generally. Ah Sing, wife, girl, boy. Those children are all listed as born in California. So I'm thinking they're the first Chinese people, Chinese Americans in Petaluma. Unfortunately, with no names, it's really hard to track them, but you know, we're going to try. But it's an indication that we've had Chinese Americans here for a long time, which is really great. And I applaud the foresight of Petaluma in taking this opportunity to recognize the history. There's a growing number of cities around the area that are doing that, and it's great that you're stepping up and being among in the lead. I encourage you, of course, to rename the park, Center Park, to Historic Chinatown Park. And I hope you'll follow the lead of the mayor who came to the opening of the exhibit and come to the Historical Library and Museum and visit this wonderful exhibit, along with another one about a broader view of Chinese American history. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Frank Yee to be followed by Lance Liu. Frank, are you in the house? No. We'll move to Lance Liu.
Today I represent an 80-year family legacy. I'm part of the Petaluma Grocery Supermarket family. Our family's made up the second wave of the Chinese community. In 1941, it opened as the largest grocery store north of the Golden Gate Bridge by Chinese immigrants from the Guangdong province of China. This is the same area where the original Chinese laborers were attributed and the force to Petaluma's earliest projects. By renaming Center Park to the historic Chinatown Park, we acknowledge the early Chinese laborers' significant contributions and the opportunity to build on their legacy. Today we recognize the path that paved the way to the present and to share the history with the future. I encourage your positive response.
Thank you. Angelo Sacerdote, to be followed by Catherine Fong.
Thanks for allowing me to speak. In a city known for its historic downtown, where there's no sign of the Chinese workers who helped build this town and who lived in Petaluma's Chinatown in the 1800s. Laws like the Chinese Exclusion Act and the Geary Act, along with local groups like the Anti-Chinese League, made it impossible for them to put roots down. Imagine how Petaluma may have benefited from their contributions over the generations had they been allowed to build lives here. Unfortunately, their presence in Petaluma has been erased so much that, to our knowledge, none of their direct descendants remain here. Yet the names of the wealthy industrialists who employed many of them are everywhere. The renaming of Center Park to Historic Chinatown Park is a good first step towards acknowledging this injustice and correcting the historical narrative of Petaluma. And as a Petaluma resident, I'm voicing my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Fong, to be followed by Junjun Lee.
Hi, I'm Catherine Fong. I'm a former executive director of Habitat for Humanity of Sonoma County. And I just want to say you guys are really brave that in this day and age and in this environment where anti-Chinese hate is coming back, where diversity, equity, and inclusion are being scorned, you guys are pretty brave to bring this project forward. And I want to compliment you on that. I grew up in a Chinatown of about 2,000 people 2,000 Chinese people when my father immigrated from Guangdong in 1911 to Boise, Idaho. The Chinatown where I was born and raised is no longer there. It's a 5-star hotel now. Before that, it was a parking lot. Chinatowns across the United States are being erased. The Chinatown in San Jose was burned down by anti-Chinese hate. So what you are doing today and voting on this project says a lot, that you're bringing back our history. You're making it come alive for more generations to come. And I compliment you on that, and I thank you.
Thank you. Junjun Lee, followed by Jean G.
Thank you. I have 3 minutes to tell the 4-generation story. Good luck to me. My name is Junjun Lee. I support renaming the park to Historical Chinatown Park. I want to share my personal story here today with you. The story I haven't been told in public because it's important for our community to understand that immigrants' family, like mine, are not just a history. We are still happening today and carry on. I came to Petaluma in 1999 from China when I was 21 years old to marry the husband my mother chosen for me. My ex-husband works in a Chinese restaurant in Petaluma. It's a family-owned Chinese restaurant with his father, mother, brother, and sister. There are 8 workers from China in the restaurant. They all live together in a house in the east side. My father-in-law opened this restaurant in 1997. He worked for 19 restaurants in San Francisco Chinatown before he opened his own. He once told me he wanted to take his children out of Chinatown for a better fortune. He has great vision. The restaurant was very successful. It opened 7 days a week and 365 days a year. He works there every day for over 13 hours. He passed away from lung cancer. Doctor told us his lung damaged by years of cooking in the kitchen without any necessary rest. My ex-husband's grandmother was the 1st-generation immigrant. She was the reason we are all here in America. She found her way to America from China by a cargo ship in 1955 and worked hard for her entire life in San Francisco Chinatown to raise her children and support my father-in-law opened the restaurant in Petaluma. He always told us, work hard every day and always save money. Today, my 25-year-old son working in a restaurant, he was born and raised in Petaluma. His father grandfather and grandmother were his inspiration and role models. He likes to continue family business and honor his grandfather, father, and great-grandma. My story is one of the thousands of lives and stories of other Chinese people journey to America. The historical Chinese Park being acknowledgement, a sign that our collective dreams and struggles have not been in vain. Thank you. 16 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean G., to be followed by Francois Leclerc. Jean, are you here? Okay. Moving to Francois Leclerc.
Hi, good evening. I guess I'm an example of why renaming the park is important. I'm of half Chinese descent, and I moved to Petaluma 11 years ago, and I had absolutely no idea that there was any Chinese history here at all. I frankly thought there was just a handful of Chinese folks who lived here today, and that it was totally unknown to me that there was any in the past. And it wasn't until I happened to see an Instagram post from the Historical Society about the current exhibit that's up, and went and saw the opening of the exhibit and met Lena Hoshino, and so just last week I learned of all of this. And so this is the first city council member meeting I've ever been to, in addition. And so if the park is renamed and there's signage, I'm sure I would have run into it in the 11 years I've been here, and it would have changed my whole idea of the history of Petaluma and the contributions of the early Chinese here. So I just want to thank you all for considering the proposal, and I'm excited to know that this will be a permanent feature that will be like a thread that people can see initially, and then maybe go and seek out more information about the history. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Shireen Doxson, to be followed by Libby Locke. Shireen, are you here? Okay, we move to Libby Locke, to be followed by Lishka Arata.
Okay. Hello, my name is Libby Locke. I was born and raised here in Petaluma. I'm a sixth-generation Chinese American and a mother of 2 young children. I recently moved back to Petaluma, and I was genuinely surprised, excited, and deeply proud to learn that the city of Petaluma is considering renaming Center Park to Historic Chinatown Park. When I was growing up, it was common to be teased simply for being Chinese. At the time, teachers, principals, and even parents didn't know what to do. I remember my aunt asking me about an incident at school. She didn't have advice or a solution, just a sorrowful, I know the feeling. It happened to me growing up too. As if there was an emotional beating we just had to endure. That is what it means to be othered, to be treated as fundamentally different, even less than human. Chinese immigration to the U.S. dates back to the 1820s, and from the beginning we've been seen as outsiders, invited to help build this country, then vilified through propaganda, discriminatory laws, and violence. That pattern hasn't disappeared. In fact, it continues. A report released just last week by the Asian American Foundation found that over 25% of Americans believe Chinese Americans are a threat. 40% believe Asian Americans are more loyal to their countries of origin than the U.S., a number that has doubled since 2021. Given how long Chinese Americans have been part of this nation, we have to ask, why isn't this history more widely known or understood? There are answers, well documented and deeply researched, but today I'll simply say this: thank you. Thank you for considering that this history is also Petaluma history. Naming the park Historic Chinatown Park is not just about honoring the past, it's about educating the present and building a more understanding future. I urge you to adopt the resolution to rename Center Park to Historic Chinatown Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Liska Arado will be our last speaker tonight on this matter.
Hello, thank you very much. I've been a Petaluma resident for 18 years, and I'm here to express my strong support and excitement for the renaming of Center Park to Historic Chinatown Park. I just believe it's so important to uplift the visibility and the stories and the support of the Chinese community here in Petaluma. And when we uplift the diversity of our community, it just makes it stronger for all of us. So thank you so much for doing this, which I think you're about to. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And that closes public comment on the subject. I'd like to bring it back up to council. Councilmember Kato Thompson.
I just want to, well, first of all, when I went to the museum, it really struck me, and then showing that photo of all the Chinese businesses, we really didn't know that. I mean, I knew Petaluma Grocery. We went there. And, you know, we knew the Chinese restaurants, but we had no idea, growing up, all the businesses that were there. And I think that photo struck a lot of people, even Chinese, that how deep their history is and how it just disappeared. And I just really appreciate all the comments by all of the speakers. I mean, they were really important comments to talk about history and why history matters, and it really does, and education matters also. And so I really appreciate what Lena did, but I know it took a lot of people, and I appreciate all that they've done. And with that, I would like to make the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion. Other comments? Councilmember Shribs?
I'll just go ahead and second that motion.
Okay, there we go. And Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, thank you to the ad hoc for taking this project on and for promoting it. Not only are you bringing back the history that was been washed under the rug, you're also setting your legacy for this city as well. Part of the city's history going forward is going to be that it was washed under the rug, and that a group of people got together and pushed to have it renamed so that it could shine a light on it. And that's your hard work and perseverance to uncover the stories and really, commemorate it during this also fitting month. And so I really appreciate everybody for coming here, but also all the work that went into getting to this point. And I appreciate, Lena, your comments. This isn't the end, right? This is a milestone in the journey of continuing to shine a light on this history, because like many places, we're built with immigrants, and we're so much better for the strength of our community is stronger because of our diversity, because of our history. And to me, this is what being a historic town and taking that seriously looks like. I also want to appreciate the staff who put in the work on this stuff. It takes time. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I don't think this happens pre-measure you. This is the type of thing that we're able to accomplish when we have a fully staffed city hall. We can't take on these types of projects without humans inside of City Hall, and so sometimes we don't necessarily appreciate all that stuff until it comes to this time. But this is these are what your hard-earned tax dollars. This is part of what they fund. So thank you for that as well. And it's an emotional day. I grew up here. I'm fourth generation here, and I swear I think that the only history I ever learned about was ag, and I come from the ag because I come from the ag community, and I'm really grateful to be in this position now because I get exposed to a lot more of the history of Petaluma, and I look forward to continuing to deepen my understanding of Petaluma's history. So thank you, everyone, and I'm happy to support this.
Okay, and before we take the vote, I just want to echo Councilmember Barnacle's gratitude to the participants and to the staff involved. But to Mrs. Fong, I'd like to say, no, this is not a brave step. This is respect, and this is our responsibility. And so thank you for, what you've done in this project. And I just want to note, our story is not complete unless it's all our story. So with that, I'd like the clerk to have our roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Gator Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
And now we move on and change players at the table here. Thank you, staff. And thank you very much to all those in the audience who stayed for this.
I know you have a long agenda, but is it okay if we take a picture or no?
Being as how we're now 2.5 hours in, I'd like to call a 5-minute recess and everybody back up to the council in 5 minutes. Thank you.
We can take a picture.
Okay, we're calling the meeting back to order and getting everybody back on the dais and in their seats. Thank you very much. All council members are accounted for in the dais. And last one in buys dinner for the rest. Oh, it's going to be close. We have a winner. Okay, calling back to order. We have item 11, the first reading of an ordinance approving an easement dedication of the riverfront development for the Caulfield extension. And I'd like Kent Carruthers to take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Kent Carruthers, city engineer with Public Works, and Dylan Brady's here with the attorney's office. Then we have some people from the development team as well. We're here tonight. Next slide. For the, we're recommending the adoption approval of the dedication for the riverfront development, the Caulfield extension at the end of the riverfront development near the river. Next slide, please. So there was a condition written into the riverfront subdivision during the tentative map phase, and we're addressing that. We're doing some cleanup with the riverfront as everything is being parceled out, and there's being subdivisions wrapping up and a new one starting that's going to be coming to council May 19th. So this is a part of just getting everything lined up for the overall riverfront subdivision. So we're required to have an ordinance for this easement because it's over $3,000, and city staff has reviewed this easement, all the documents that have come along with it, and is recommending, again, council approval for the acquisition of the easement. Next slide, please. So here's this is the exhibit of the easement. It's a 94-foot wide easement at the end of Caulfield Lane as it hits Bautista Way. It goes to the edge of the river. Next slide, please. And this was a quick alignment of of the proposed bridge that's still in design right now. Next slide, please. And the Caulfield extension. So this easement is being secured to preserve the option for the future Caulfield Lane extension for the bridge, and should City Council choose to pursue the project at a later date. So there's no construction or commitment associated with accepting this easement tonight. And then if Council ultimately decides not to pursue the extension, the easement can be vacated. Next slide, please. Be happy to answer any questions this time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And any particular questions, Councilman Shribs? And I'll remind you that I'm playing tough tonight.
Okay, just for understanding myself and others on what a easement dedication, so that language, legal language, I'm not quite understanding it. Who owns the property? Are we buying it? Are we getting an easement to it? And who's getting the $3,000?
Well, it's just because it's over $3,000, but basically Riverfront LLC, the master developer of the subdivision out there, they still own the parcel leads up to the within the active part into the river. So to construct the bridge, a condition was put on the development during the tentative map phase that the developer had to dedicate an easement so we could extend the Caulfield Lane if we so choose. So it was a requirement during the tentative map phase that the developer give up an easement over their land to extend Caulfield Lane.
Just so I understand, because the Caulfield Road, who owns the actual road, us or the developer?
Right now, we own the road,
Right.
but the extension, as it will project out over the river, is owned by someone else. So they have dedicated an easement, and now the question is that if we're going to accept it. So
Okay.
staff is recommending accepting the easement, so the future bridge can be built in the extension.
Knowing that that was the proposal at the very beginning, why didn't we own it or have that transferred to us as the like extension of the road back then? Why are we doing this now?
Well, one thing is that we weren't that far along in the design, so the alignment of the road and everything. So this is one of the items that have just been kicked down until the timing was right, and the final subdivision is coming in. So we're just trying to get all the entitlements wrapped up so we could make this the bridge and the Caulfield extension happen.
It says over so what is the cost if it's over 3,000?
There's no cost for us.
No cost
we're
to
not
us.
buying anything. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
It was required from the developer, so we're just looking at accepting the easement.
I can talk.
Okay.
We have a charter provision, Councilmember Shribs, Charter Provision 46, that requires any time the city acquires or disposes property that's valued over $3,000 or more. So like Kent said, no money changed hands. This was a condition that the developer provides to the city. And anytime the city acquires or disposes property above $3,000, we need to do it by an ordinance. So this is the first reading, and there will be a second reading if council so chooses. Yeah.
Thank you. That clears it up because I was a little confused about the whole process.
Yeah. And, this is similar because we do have that charter provision. We did it as recently last year, I believe, with the Burbank property over there on Petaluma Boulevard South. That roundabout, that was an easement that was dedicated to the city as a condition. And this is just right across this river there.
Councilmember DeCarli?
How come we're seeking easements over purchasing properties or land?
Eric, would you like?
I'll take that one. Thank you. So, and I also want to touch on the timing question Councilmember Shribs had too, because it's related. It is the norm, and usually it's the most desirable thing when we're doing planning for right-of-way improvements to get an easement, because and oftentimes for public right-of-way, those easements will actually include subservice rights, like to lay utilities, drainage, maybe power, maybe sewer, because the council member will no doubt recall frequently when we're doing like a road reconstruction project like McDowell or whatever, we've got a lot of utilities happening at the same time. That way we don't have to tear up new roads to lay utilities. It's desirable to do that because if for any reason a project doesn't go through, gets later vacated, if it's just an easement, vacating the easement restores the property unburdened by the public right-of-way any longer, and then it reverts to full private ownership. Also, it's from a liability standpoint, one reason why we don't necessarily rush to acquire a property interest like an easement sooner than we need to is because with acquiring an easement comes a maintenance obligation and other responsibilities. So even though it's coming at no cost to the city because it was required as a condition of approval for the project, easements still come with obligations on the part of the city. So usually it's the case, and it's true in this case, that our needs are met, the city's needs for future right-of-way plans are met by just an easement instead of getting what's called the fee, which is, full ownership, mineral rights and everything. So that's why that tends to be our preferred way for acquiring the needed property interest for the city to later construct public improvements, such as for vehicle and pedestrian circulation. Thanks.
Okay.
And so, excuse me. So besides the easement, just to make sure I understand, there's no case of eminent domain here whatsoever, correct? I know it's a requirement for them to.
No, in fact, the need for acquiring property by condemnation is eliminated by this approval condition that required the project to dedicate that right of way because it's been anticipated for some time that would be a potential future crosstown connector for the city. Thanks.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney Eric Dunley, for that information, because I then remembered that the area that we're going to be obtaining needs to be maintained. Do we have something scheduled for maintaining? It's all weeds, and on the other side of the fence where the public's probably not supposed to be, it's right outside where the parking lot is, and there's some picnic tables, and on the other side it's high weeds. And the only reason I know is because during the decorated boat parade, you can't see the boats in the river because the weeds are higher than 6 feet. So they're dead, but they're high. So I just wanted to mention maintenance, who's going to do it, and do we have a schedule?
Well, maintenance for when the bridge is constructed will be for the city. Everything else along the river is still owned by Riverfront LLC. So they're maintaining it as required through their permits for maintenance with state lands, but they have to abide by fire. So it's not going to be maintained by the city.
So can we encourage them to trim the weeds in a timely manner? Because if they're high in December, they're a fire hazard.
So when we have our colleague Jessica Power comes before us for the weed abatement approvals from the council, that's what it's addressing. So the way that process works, property owners get notice of nuisance weed growth on their property that's a potential fire hazard, so that they can address it themselves and at a lower cost. And it's only if they do not address it that we then do the process to have the city abate the weeds through its contractor and then recover the costs from the property owner. So I've no doubt that if there are nuisance weeds at that location and they're not addressed by the property owner, that can be addressed through our program. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure I had it on the record.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, I'd love for staff at a time forward to identify what maintenance responsibilities there are on banks in general along the river. This is one little piece under the bridge. And is the bridge aerial here, or will it touch down within the easement?
It's transitioning to aerial.
So it will touch down within the easement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? No other questions? We're out to public comment. And we are open for public comment. And have we had any public comment?
We did not receive any public comments on this item. And I don't have any cards, but this is the moment.
Anybody? No public comments. We close public comment on this item and bring it back to council. Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, I'll move the item.
Thank you very much.
I'll second.
We have a second from the Vice Mayor. And with that, we'll have our roll call vote.
Aye. Barnacle? Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald? Yes. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Great presentation, everybody. Our next item is item 12, an update on the fiscal and organizational sustainability plan implementation. And I'd like to invite Brian Cochran, our Assistant City Manager, to delve into this.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. Happy to be before you tonight with an update on the city's fiscal and organizational sustainability plan. And this is something that we thought was well-timed because, as you heard from Jesse earlier, we will be launching into our budget workshop next week. And also, it's been about 5 years since we revisited this topic, or since we visited this topic originally. So we thought that with those two things both being true, that this was really the right time to go ahead and do a full update. Now, you'll notice that a lot of this is very much historic looking, because we wanted to kind of start from the beginning, if you will, say roughly in 2019, and bring everybody up to speed, really up to the present, as we move forward with our 2025-2026 budget discussions. So 3 main sections in this presentation tonight. We'll do a little bit of budget basics just to kind of level set on really what we're talking about and what we're not today. And then look at the fiscal and organizational sustainability plan and process. You'll see us use this abbreviation, FOS, that's all it stands for, Fiscal and Organizational Sustainability, or we may say FOSS as another way of abbreviating that. But wanted to really do a backward look at what we said at the time in 2019 and 2020 leading up to the council's placement of Measure U on the ballot and then the voters' approval of Measure U in November of 2020. And then finally, in the third section, wanted to look at the history of Measure U, what were the priorities for the community when they adopted it, and then what has it done for us to date, and really what does it mean for the city's budget moving forward. So to get started, a little bit of context on the city's budget. Petaluma has over 100 individual funds. This is how we keep track of our revenues and expenditures. They're often restricted based on the type of revenue in terms of what it can be spent on. So you may hear some of these terms during our workshop next week, like special revenue funds. These are funds that have a very specific revenue source that can only be spent typically on one thing or a small subset of things, such as our impact fees, our landscape assessment districts, various tax measures that are special in nature, like Measure M parks, our newer Measure H fire tax, the gas tax, etc. We also have some enterprise funds, which are, for example, our water and wastewater funds, internal service funds, where we keep track of internal services that are then allocated out, like our information technology and risk management. And then we have some capital projects funds, debt service funds. One key point to emphasize here is that there are very few discretionary funds in the city. General fund, TOT, Measure U, but a large majority of the overall city budget and city revenue is not discretionary, again, meaning that it's pretty restricted in what we can spend it on. And the general fund and some of these other ones listed here at the bottom are really where we fund the majority of your basic city services that we all think of, like police and fire, parks and rec, and public works. So I wanted to first look at the what we call the all funds budget, meaning all of those 100+ funds that I just mentioned combined into the full city budget, which is that 500+ page book that you all received tonight. So in the current year, expenditure budget of just about $300 million. And you'll see here a large percentage are our utility funds, our water and wastewater, and then those various categories that I mentioned. Down at the bottom, again, we have some of our discretionary funds, but you'll see in terms of percentages, the general fund, 26%, Measure U, 5%. So really we're talking a third or maybe a little less of the overall city budget is in that kind of general fund category. And then similarly on the revenue side for all of those funds put together, this categorizes by type. So we have a variety of different taxes like property tax, sales tax. We have our utility revenues from our water and wastewater charges, transfers in and out from various funds to and from each other, permits, fines, etc. So a variety of different revenue sources fund the overall city operations. Next, wanted to kind of drill down and look at just the general fund. So in the current fiscal year, the general fund is about $78 million in terms of our overall revenue budget. And the biggest pieces here being property tax, charges for services, and sales tax. Those are all 18% each of the general fund. Our transfer in from Measure U is similar at about 17%, so our Measure U funding is coming into the general fund via transfer to help fund some of our basic city operations. And then we have some of the smaller categories like permits and fines, intergovernmental revenues, and a few other taxes like our business license tax, real property transfer tax, et cetera. And then looking at expenditures, again, similar dollar amount, about $78 million in the general fund. This particular chart divides it up by service or by department. You'll see there on the left, our two public safety departments are about 70% of the budget. That's not uncommon for cities that are full service like Petaluma. And then the other departments over on the right, like Parks and Rec, Community Development, finance and some of our other internal service funds, economic development, and our public works department. And then just divvying up those expenditures in a different way by category. So we have benefits and pensions and salary and wages. You'll notice those two pieces of the pie combined are 79%, almost 80% of the overall general fund. And again, as a service business, we hire staff to do work and to perform services, and that is not an uncommon percentage looking at California cities in terms of the overall staff cost in the general fund. And then some of the other categories are services and supplies, utilities, capital assets, et cetera, make up the remainder of the general fund budget. So I wanted to move into our fiscal and organizational sustainability recap. And as I mentioned, a lot of this is going to be a look back. So we'll truly be showing you slides that are identical to the slides that we showed the community and the council 5 or 6 years ago. And actually, let me back up a second and just provide a little bit of an overview. So what we said, what was our goal with fiscal and organizational sustainability? We were sitting at a point in Petaluma where it looked like we may be facing bankruptcy. We had that large of a general fund deficit. And so this process that we launched in 2019 was really an effort to turn over every rock, essentially. Look at all the different aspects of our general fund. Where could we potentially reduce cost? Where were we underspending? And maybe we needed to actually boost city expenditures. Look at all of those different categories and really sort of ask, what's the city, what kind of city do we want to be? How much should we be funding infrastructure? How should we be paying our staff, et cetera? And then add all of that up and provide the council and community options so that they had some choices in terms of trade-offs of this amount of revenue available, this is these are the types of services we can offer. And then that culminated obviously in Measure U adoption, which we'll get to in a little bit. So the big categories that we looked at with FOS were, first of all, we had to do a level set and a baseline of what is our current issue, what is the current forecast, and we'll look at that in a minute. How big of a structural deficit did we have? We reviewed our general fund departments, their operations, what types of service levels were they currently providing with those revenues that were available back in 2019. From there, that resulted in what we called at the time some core staffing recommendations, some basic baseline positions that we felt we would recommend if the city were to maintain existing service levels without having further cuts and reductions. We then looked at employee compensation and benefits. So how are we paying our employees? Are they competitive in the marketplace? We also did a full analysis with our outside pension actuary on our pension plans, our CalPERS plans, and other post-employment benefits or our retiree health care to see if there were any funding options that we had for those benefits. We then took a significant look at our infrastructure and deferred maintenance. And if you were around in 2019 and attended those presentations, that basically took us all day on a Saturday because it was such a significant amount of information just to gather and convey to the council and community at that time with so many different categories of infrastructure that we as the city are responsible for. And then finally, clearly, we needed to take a look at revenues, kind of taking into account the first 6 bullets, what level of revenue and what types of revenues would be necessary to be able to fund the options and the decisions that we would be making in those expenditure categories. So first of all, we had to look at our deficit and what we were forecasting out into the future. So this is a forecast that we did in 2020, and it's a very summarized version, as you can imagine, and we'll actually talk about this in more detail next week with the budget workshop. There are many, many assumptions that go into creating this type of a forecast, but basically, to boil it down, what we said at the time was if you look at the gap in the red line, which is expenditures, versus the green line, which was our sort of COVID era forecast, we had over a $6 million annual deficit in the general fund alone. That is not looking at any other funds in the city. And one thing I think to emphasize here is that these were not one-time dollars. So what that deficit meant was every single year from 2020, 2021, and onward, we would have a recurring structural deficit of over $6 million, which would mean we would have needed to cut that amount of money out of our general fund on an ongoing basis. One-time cuts would not have worked in that situation. And just to give you a sense of scale, at the time, our budget was just over $50 million. So we're talking 10 to 12% ongoing reductions would have been necessary to maintain that level of service. We are getting into some of the busier charts, so I apologize for small fonts. I will try to do my best to explain what we're looking at on some of these as we go through. So again, this was a chart that we showed back in 2019, and I think we use this in multiple presentations because it really kind of encapsulates the situation that Petaluma was in at the time. So what you're seeing on the red bars is just an overall population graph. And so our population we took this from the recession and onward, had grown by 4,000 or 5,000 residents, those red bars growing over time. The blue line, which is represented on the scale on the right, is the total number of general fund FTE or full-time equivalent staff positions that we had in the general fund in each of those years. And what we see from the peak of the recession, which was in 2008, we had to cut about 26% of those full-time equivalent positions as we just did not have enough revenue to keep up with our expenditures. So that dropped 26%. Then as we get into, say, 2015, 16, 17, and onward, you can see there's a slight increase as that blue bar just goes up a little bit. But where we found ourselves in 2020 was we were still 48 positions below our pre-recession levels. So that means that even after coming out of the recession, revenues recovering a bit, et cetera, Petaluma still could not afford 48 positions that we previously were funding in 2008 and prior, which meant that we were still 16% down in our total FTEs compared to pre-recession levels, which obviously I'm using the term FTE, we're talking about as staff positions, but that directly correlates to the amount of services that we were able to provide our residents. So the recommendation on this particular topic, we looked at a couple of different scenarios, and we wanted to provide options because that really that enabled the council to sort of weigh these different topic areas to see where the preferred decisions were, whether it's staffing, infrastructure, compensation, et cetera. So in this particular scenario, we said, if we go through the city and we analyze, all of the departments, what would they need to maintain current service levels? We were looking at a total of about 29 full-time equivalent positions that we would need to add from that point in 2020. As well as a few upgraded positions, and that was really spread across almost all general fund departments at a cost of $3.8 million annually. We also priced out a slightly lower scenario that we call the limited scenario, where we stripped out a few of those, but we still said, you know what, these 19 positions, these are really core for basic operations, and we would recommend adding those back in any of these scenarios. at a cost of about $2.2 million. So we'll move into a few slides on compensation, and we'll get to some recommendations after a couple of these charts, which again are a little busy and a little bit hard to see. So wanted to talk about cost of living adjustments for a moment. This is an important topic that we really emphasized back in 2019 because what we were facing as a city and as a staff and as a management team is that our staff really had not received a cost of living adjustment more or less in at least the past 8 years. So cost of living adjustments, typically you would look at the rough inflation numbers in your area, how much are prices going up, how much is your spending power going down because of inflation, and then grant an increase, 2%, 3%, something in that ballpark. With the long-term Fed target of about a 2% inflation rate, we could expect 2 to 3% each year. So what this chart shows is, the black line is basically a 0% raise each year or a cost of living adjustment. The green line at the top is just a benchmark of a 3%, like what would it be if it was 3% every year? And the blue line is what actually happened. So you can see many of these years were 0. There is that year in 2010 where we actually implemented citywide furloughs in response to the recession. So that was a net 3% decrease in overall staff pay, which then came back a few years later. That's why you see it blip up 3%. Then there were multiple years of 0% increase. 2016, there was a 3%, but then a few years later, many of our employee groups elected to pay what we call a CalPERS cost share. So the employees actually started picking up a portion of their pension costs on the city's behalf. And so that really negated a lot of that 3% increase in 2016. So effectively, if you look at the overall amount that was received in this time period, it's very small. And really from a paycheck perspective, it's basically 8+ years of almost no raises. Now, what that does is each year that the blue line is below the green line, our employees are effectively losing purchasing power in their paycheck, and they're losing market share in the sense that if other cities, other local jurisdictions are granting cost of living adjustments, our compensation is declining when compared to the market median of our other local cities and employers, which then makes recruiting and retention extremely challenging, especially when you pile that up over 7, 8, or more years of not receiving an effective cost of living adjustment. Now, this is another chart that we showed back in 2020, and what we were trying to accomplish is we did a full compensation survey for over 90 job classifications in the city. So we went through and looked at all of the different components of pay, so not just salary, but healthcare, pension, any special benefits or special pays, vacation, etc. And we looked at, okay, what is the total compensation of an employee in this job compared to our other local peer jurisdictions in the same type of job? And looked at how far above or below Petaluma's compensation was compared to those peers. What we found at the time was that many of our job classifications were significantly below the market median. And so the way this slightly confusing chart is set up is everything to the left is a job classification that is below market, and anything to the right, they're above market, which there were very few at the time that were above market. So we had this group in the middle, kind of in that gray box, that was within, plus or minus 5% of the market median, but all of those jobs to the left, so 55% of all of our classifications, were 5% below to, in a few cases, more than 20% below the market average. And so you can imagine, as an organization and employer trying to recruit folks to come and work for the city, that becomes very challenging when you're recruiting for jobs that are over on the left-hand side of this chart. And so a few recommendations came out of these studies. And so one was we clearly need to keep pace with inflation. So we put an inflation assumption into our model that basically said we should probably be assuming that every year employees are going to be receiving 2.5% COLA or cost of living every year. And so that was we costed that out at about $550,000 each year compounding. And what I mean by that is you grant a COLA and that COLA basically stays forever. Then the next year you grant another COLA and that added on to the prior year's COLA. And so that just sort of keeps adding together each year. We also had that batch of classifications, as I mentioned, that were significantly behind market. And so we wanted to ensure that they were brought up to market. So that we costed that at about $400,000, but again, that is going to grow over time as the adjustments continue to happen. And then finally, I mentioned pension and retiree health care benefits a little bit earlier, but at the end of the day, we decided not to really make any changes or recommendations in that area, meaning that the city would continue paying its CalPERS pension obligations each year, just as we normally would, without making any modifications in that area. Okay, so we're going to move on to some infrastructure slides. And there are many different categories. We'll just focus on a few and then kind of summarize the rest of them, because there are a few that are sort of the headliners of this very significant investment that the city has. So obviously, streets and roads have been a huge conversation in Petaluma for many years. As we would often say in our FOS process, we had the worst roads in the Bay Area, and that is over 100 cities in the 9-county Bay Area. Petaluma was truly dead last. Then we became the second lowest in the Bay Area after one city dropped below us, but still, even with that in 2019, it was not a good situation for our roads. This chart here is showing just the shortfall to maintain our pavement in its not great condition back then. So the green and blue bars are really what we were spending actuals in terms of operating our streets, crews, and pothole patching, as well as investment in road pavement and reconstruction in the blue bars. But that whole yellow sort of blob on top of each of those bars, that is the shortfall. So we were underspending just to maintain our pavement in its existing condition, which meant that every year we did that, our pavement condition was declining, which is how we got into the position that we were in at the time when we looked at this in 2020. So we provided the council a few different options. And we have some software that our streets and our CIP teams can use to model this out, because we have every street mapped in terms of what the pavement condition is and what the investment and the cost would be to bring that street or that stretch of pavement up to snuff. So option one is maintain current investment levels, and that is just going to result in continued decline in pavement. The second option that we showed back in 2020 was we could increase our investment a little bit, and that would just maintain, that's basically that yellow thing that you saw on the prior chart. That's just maintaining it at a pavement condition index of 46, which again was the second worst. We could also increase our pavement levels, but you can see that is a significant increase in cost. If we were to try to get our pavement levels up to 60 from where we were back in 2019, 2020, it would have been over a $70 million investment over that 4-year period. And then if we wanted to be even more aggressive and get our roads up to a good or a pavement condition index of 70 out of 100, it would have been over $100 million investment over a 5-year period. And you'll see the last bullet of each of these scenarios really talks about the deferred maintenance. And in several of these scenarios, even though we're investing and we're actually increasing our investing in our streets, the deferred maintenance is increasing. in several of these because we're just not able to keep up with the level of degradation of the pavement over time. So this is just a graphical way of showing these. We had charts for all 4 of them, but really I think the point here is just showing there are several different benchmarks. There's what is your pavement condition index and what is the deferred maintenance and how much do you need to invest in each of those scenarios. And so this was a tough choice, I think, for the council because the cost really just starts to balloon over time if you look at the higher level options. This is another, I fully admit, unreadable chart, so apologies, but this is a chart showing all of our facilities and the total maintenance and deferred maintenance need of those. We had a firm come in that specializes in this back in 2019. They looked at, I want to say, about 46 different facilities citywide that the city owns and operates and needs to maintain. And the total amount of maintenance required was over $50 million. So again, just another big number. And this is everything from City Hall to all of our fire department facilities, our animal services building, the library, some of the PPSC facilities that they operate that the city owns, police department, some of our parks facilities, community centers, pools, etc. Several different homes that are operated by COTS that are owned by the city for some of our affordable housing programs, etc. So this is a wide swath of city facilities with a significant unfunded maintenance backlog. And similarly, our study at the time gave us some options. So similar to the roads, we could fund it at our existing level, which was very, very little, and just continue to accrue that deferred maintenance. We could bump it a little bit to address the backlog and some of the most critical needs, or we could fund it at the level it needed to be to address the backlog and take care of basically everything on the list. So those were roads and facilities, but then we had many other categories. So our stormwater system, parks and open space. We own a lot of city property and those have sidewalks fronting them. So as a property owner, we had a maintenance backlog of the of the sidewalks along city properties. Multi-use paths, sound walls, retaining walls, medians, et cetera, And we also had a very aging vehicle fleet with over $6 million in replacements needed, with no funded vehicle fleet replacement program really to speak of, other than just a pay-as-you-go as vehicles need replacing. So when we wrapped all this up with all of the different infrastructure categories, we presented an example scenario, and this by no means would have taken care of all of the needs, but we said, what's a reasonable scenario that we think we could fund given the right amount of revenue that's sort of a balance of all of these different categories. And so we put together this scenario at the time, about $4.6 million to begin the process of investing in roads and sidewalks and storm drains, et cetera. So this is the scenario that we put into our overall modeling of our fiscal sustainability plan. So those were the main sections of this plan, and when you put it all together, it starts to become a big number. And what we did is just stacked all 4 of these on top of each other to create what is our target, and that was really what we were trying to solve for with fiscal sustainability. And so you have to start with the deficit. So that's the bottom bar, about $6.4 million. We then added on that infrastructure scenario, added on the employee compensation items that I talked through earlier, and you get to this total target amount that we're trying to solve for of over $15 million that we were not currently funding. We did not have the revenue for at the time back in 2020, and we needed some sort of solution, or we knew what the consequences would be in terms of reductions, staff position cuts, et cetera. So we looked at a variety of revenue options at the time in 2020, and this was the slide that we showed to the council at the time. And I think it sort of pops out what the solution likely is. If we are going to do these investments that we just proposed in all these important categories, we're going to need that $15 million revenue mark, and there are not many ways to get there. So we priced out a cannabis tax. We looked at some infrastructure bonding. We priced out a 2% transient occupancy tax increase, a parcel tax, roughly $100 a parcel. And then we got to the sales taxes, and it just sort of seemed clear, I think, to council and to staff that was really the only way we could go. And so what you see here is a 0.5% sales tax and a 1% sales tax. And what I think is interesting is, even though obviously ultimately we selected Measure U, which is a 1% tax, which we estimated at the time was over $13 million annually, even that didn't get us all of the way there. And so we knew at the time, and we said it, I think repeatedly, that Measure U was not going to be the full panacea for everything that the city needed, given all of the different needs and options and categories and things that we had underinvested in for decades. But of these options on the screen, clearly the 1% sales tax was the way to go. Okay, so given all of that history, wanted to talk about Measure U, what it said it was going to do, some of the accomplishments that we've experienced over the past 4 years, and then we'll wrap up from there. So this is just the Measure U ballot language, basically stating that these were all of the community's priorities, and did the voters want to adopt it, which we're thankful that they did at over a 60% approval rate. And so in the spring of 2021, staff came forward to council in advance of the budgeting process for that year, or I should say the budget adoption for that year, with a Measure U implementation plan. And really what it sought to do was respond to all of those categories and options that I went through earlier, while also hitting the community priorities that Measure U was speaking to. But we knew we had some key pillars that we needed to implement in order to be successful in that. So clearly we had to eliminate the general fund deficit, which really was a measure of the level of service at that time. We knew that we couldn't go further backward. We couldn't continue cutting and be successful. We had some core staffing recommendations, as I mentioned. We needed to bring our compensation up to market median, ensure that staff were going to be receiving annual cost of living adjustments to keep up with inflation. Obviously, we have huge infrastructure investments to think about with a substantial backlog of deferred maintenance. And then we had a few initial upfront priority initiatives that we wanted to jumpstart, like some of our efforts on homelessness, some of our efforts on climate action. So this chart, I think, is really important. And I know that you can't read the numbers on the screen, and that is totally okay. But this chart is a 15-year forecast of all of those categories that I just rattled off and what it was going to look like if we implemented it through the Measure U program. So the colors are important, and the sizes and the growth or the shrinkage of the colors is important. So we're starting from the first year of 2021 and going all the way out through 2035. And what I think is interesting about this chart, we did this 4 years, actually almost 5 years ago, in the middle of a pandemic. We had no idea how Measure U would perform, and yet, even if you can't see any of the numbers on this chart, this is largely what has actually happened with Measure U over the ensuing 4 years that we've had the sales tax in place. So I think this is actually interesting to look at because of that reason. So the blue bars at the bottom, that is just the deficit. The one thing, so that's about that $6.5 roughly $1 million a year deficit. And the one thing to note here is in 2031, you'll see those blue bars start to get a little bit smaller. That's because we are starting the downward trend of our CalPERS unfunded liability pay down. So we're kind of getting to the end of that, and our payments to PERS theoretically are starting to go down. The next three colors, the orange, the purple, and the yellow, that is what we called at the time our workforce stabilization program. So again, everything to do with staff, the new staff that we were adding, the cost of living adjustments, and the market median adjustments. Obviously, the one that really sticks out is the orange bar because it is growing every single year. It's kind of just expanding in this V shape. And that is because, as I mentioned earlier, those COLAs start compounding on one another. So each year when you add a COLA, that bar just keeps getting bigger over time. And so that's something that we had to factor in to this long-term Measure U forecast. And then finally, the gray and the green on top. The gray bar is our infrastructure investment level, and the green, very hard to see, but those were those couple of priority initiatives that I mentioned. And so the gray, I think, again, the interesting takeaway from this is that you see where it starts to shrink. And so that's roughly 2027, kind of the middle of the chart. And then there are those 4 or 5 years where the gray bars are quite small. That's really the time period that we're entering right now. And so those are some of the infrastructure investments where we're starting to feel a little bit squeezed in Measure U, where we've got our road bond and we're super thankful that that's happening. We're putting that out on the street to really boost up our pavement condition index. But there isn't a lot of additional room after we've worked on the public safety facilities that we're trying to get going here soon, et cetera. Then, after that time period, so again, really beginning in 2031, you'll see those gray bars start to get bigger again, which is, again, because of the CalPERS pay down beginning in that time period. So again, I just think this is important because it really does show where our path is headed over the long run of the Measure U program. So the next 2 slides are just they're the community priorities. These are direct from the staff report and the ordinance that adopted Measure U. So I won't read these, but they do speak to fire prevention and protection and emergency preparedness. There was a significant emphasis on homelessness back in 2020, and then some of our public safety items there toward the bottom. We also had a separate category on the next slide, really focused on roads and investments in our infrastructure. And so this was the key focus of Measure U as well, in terms of improving safety, working on that deferred maintenance backlog, and just overall repairing and improving our pavement in Petaluma and making it safer. So wanted to kind of take all of those priorities and really catalog some of the achievements that the city has had over the last 4 years. And I think this is interesting because Measure U, while it has done a lot for the city, it also has been a key leveraging point for Petaluma. We have been able to leverage it with other funds. We have been incredibly successful with grants. And so the lists that I'm showing you here on the next, say, 5 or 6 slides, they're not just Measure U, because it's important to recognize the overall program and the overall investment that the city is making, not just specifically what Measure U is doing, because without Measure U, we would not have been able to achieve many of the things, whether it got paid for with general fund, with enterprise funds, with a grant, et cetera. So in terms of fire prevention, you can see many of the things here on this slide are still in effect today in terms of improving our emergency medical services, getting an additional training officer. We did our comprehensive analysis with the Center for Public Safety Management. We added a 3rd ambulance. We implemented a chipper program. And I mentioned some of our public safety facilities, which we're working on as we speak. You'll be seeing some updates on the new fire station and public safety building in the next few months. In terms of our police department, we've added the SAFE team, which Measure U was a critical part of getting that up and running. Added a DUI enforcement officer, a new sergeant, a training coordinator, and an evidence technician, property technician. We restarted the community impact response team, created a professional standards division, and implemented our police oversight model. So a lot of accomplishments in the public safety arena. We've talked about homelessness before, but we have been, I would say, a leader in this area countywide, and many different programs here that have helped really reduce our overall count of unsheltered in Petaluma. With our SAFE team, multiple instances of new permanent supportive housing, and a variety of support programs and shelter options in Petaluma to assist our residents experiencing homelessness. We've been trying to keep our public spaces safe in terms of helping recover from COVID, assisting our businesses, the free range program, many of those programs that were really more pandemic era in nature. And then we've also worked obviously a lot on parks, bolstering our maintenance staff, working on the design of the smart-owned trestle, working on ADA accessibility in our parks, and some new things. The new skate park, replacing the turf at Lucchese Field, working on new turning basin docks. And then overall, looking at our road and mobility investments, this has been a success for Petaluma. We were at a pavement index of 45. We have boosted that 7 points to 52 in a very short period of time with our investments on Maria Drive and McDowell and the other roads that we've repaved over that time period. Purchased new vehicles and equipment. We've added positions into our capital improvement program and our streets division and mobility division to help us put these investments out on the street and really improve the overall experience of the pavement in Petaluma. We're always working on safe routes to schools. We implemented the Safe Streets nomination program. So a lot of exciting things happening in this area as we look at our roads and our mobility investments. So I know that was a lot. We'll try to wrap up here with a few more summary slides, and then I'll turn it back to council. So the current status, I would say, is that the Measure U implementation plan that we presented to the voters and then to the council in 2021 has largely been implemented, and as I mentioned, we have leveraged it. We've eliminated the structural deficit that we had in the general fund. We've added key positions to improve service delivery, brought our compensation up to a level where we can hire and recruit and retain the best and brightest. We had that initial road bond of $20 million that was funded by Measure U. That is really what has allowed us to step up our game in terms of pavement, the public safety building, and really, I would say we've been working on transforming the city because we were in a place where we were facing imminent bankruptcy, and this would have been a very different place had Measure U not been approved. And I think now we're moving to an organization where we're nimble, we're flexible, we're innovative, and we're trying to be leaders in all of these different areas and be as responsive as we can to community needs. And just that last bullet there, we saved the fairgrounds. So we're very excited to be able to bring the fair this year and continue investing in community programming and events for Petaluma on that very, very important property. But I will say, not to end on a downer note, there are a lot of unmet needs still in Petaluma. We have deferred maintenance even with the investments we've made, and this is a super ballpark estimate, but I would say we are still over $200 million when you add up the roads, facilities, and all those other things that I mentioned. We have ongoing maintenance needs and needed upgrades at facilities, like our courtyard, City Hall, the building that we're sitting in now, et cetera. Vehicle replacements, we have an unfunded stormwater program that basically the general fund funds at this point. That is an issue we need to look at. Any type of more major renovation to the fairgrounds, or we have a grant to do the master plan, but can we actually implement what the master plan comes out with? And so that is currently unfunded. We would like to be working on downtown and some improvements there and some new investments for our local businesses. And then we also have an outstanding loan on our books for the Petaluma Marina that we have not paid down, that is accruing interest every single year that we don't pay down that loan. So this is, I know, a laundry list, but there's still some additional things that we're going to need to work on in the ensuing years. And so leading into the budget workshop for next year, we do have a balanced budget. We will be showing you a balanced budget. That did take some work. We were not able to say yes to everything that our departments were looking for because we had to balance so many different needs and so many different community priorities. Overall, there is not a lot of leftover flexibility with Measure U. As I mentioned, we've implemented a lot of the program that we said we were going to. It's doing what it said or what the community said they wanted us to do with it, but there is not a lot of room to just add new things, implement new programs, et cetera, out into the future. And really what we're faced with is the status quo. If we just sort of try to limp along as on the status quo because of increasing cost and inflation, that will ultimately, in the long run, result in declining condition of city infrastructure and reductions in services over time. We have a lot of investments in unmet needs that are unfunded. And really, it feels like at this juncture, we are at sort of a tipping point where we need to start thinking about those decisions that we are going to be making for the long run. I think this, we'll be looking at this budget next week, but we do need to start taking stock of where we want to head as a city and what some of those options may be to continue us on the super positive path that we've been on for the last 4 years. So I think that wraps it up for me, and we are happy to take questions. Thank you.
All right. I think my first question is, does anybody have the key to the AC, and can we get it back on and get some air circulating, maybe? And then I want to bring it up to council and see who wants to lead off here. So, Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. First, thanks to the few members of the public who are here engaging in this content. It's really important. First question is, a few weeks ago you showed the benefits in like the COLA at 2.5%, benefits at 6.1%. Increasing annually. Where is that represented in sort of the escalation? Was 6.1% the assumption back then?
So on that first slide that I showed that had the overall forecast, that red dotted line that was at the top that was expenditures, all of those assumptions were baked into that. So it was any compensation increases, all of the benefit increases, and then any just supply increases, fuel, utilities, et cetera. So that all kind of rolls into that overall increase in escalation in that red line.
Great, thanks. You showed the 29 versus 19 FTE, and I'm wondering if you can speak to like sort of what are the positions or the things that, what's the delta in terms of like where we were going to be spending putting that. And I'm sorry I didn't send these questions in, but just hearing it brought up a bunch of questions.
No, that's a great question. I don't have the list in front of me in terms of what makes up that 10 differential between the two scenarios, but what I will say is that I think mostly we have been able to implement even the 29 scenario over time. So I believe if you look at pre-Measure U to now, the general fund overall has added about 26 positions. And so we've gotten most of the way there. And the other thing I would just add is what we said we thought we needed in 2020, we have ultimately been flexible and we've changed some of those recommendations over time. So some of the positions that were in that initial list of 29, or even in the initial list of 19, council initially approved them. And then as we got into the human resources side of it, really analyzing with the department, okay, what does this look like? What do we need? What do we not need? We've shifted a few of those recommendations. So the position list that you saw 5 years ago of 19 is likely not exactly what we ended up adding. But each budget year, each cycle subsequently, we try to be flexible tweak, adjust, change job titles, upgrade positions where needed, et cetera.
Right. I guess I'm just trying to understand like what the trade-off that the council was thinking, like sort of proposed with. Was it just like, there's this or there's 10 staff less than this? It was like, because obviously the 10 staff less than this comes with like, we're not going to do this other thing, right? And I'm just wondering what those other things were that were kind of being like pulled off the table of like, we're not going to do that. We're not going to, those sorts of things, if you recall. But I realize this isn't springing on there.
I'm just going to say I would love to say that there are things that we aren't doing right now. But as you can see, night after night, our staff are working longer hours. And I think we're trying to make do with what we have and also lean really hard into our partnerships. So we've been able to make it work, but not at, sometimes you drop a ball. So, there are times when we can't do everything, and you'll hear it, whether it's a program that we can't pick up or.
And then you put Save the Fairgrounds on there, and I was talking to a council person back in 2020 when I was running for office, and they brought that up, and I was like, what do you mean? And they said basically like, look, if Measure U doesn't pass, like we're going to be facing bankruptcy, and they're going to be looking to liquidate our assets to try and like make this happen, right? And so when we say save the fairgrounds, I just want to like capture that. I think part of what we mean by saving the fairgrounds is like we avoided bankruptcy, and therefore we didn't have to liquidate like large pieces of property that the public owns. Is that, I guess I'll forward that a question. Is that accurate, an accurate framing of what we mean by save the fairgrounds?
I would say so, as well as the ability to look forward, make the investments that maybe weren't made for many years on those buildings, keep them safe, keep them open, and keep them functional so that we can really take it to the next level in terms of programming and events for the community on the property.
Okay. And then you mentioned the CalPERS unfunded liability, and I just don't know if everybody up on the council is sort of aware of what you mean by when you say that. So maybe can you just add a little bit of color around that?
Sure. So in very basic terms, when we're paying our pension cost, there are really two components. So the first component is the cost for all of the existing city staff for that year that they are working. So each fiscal year we have X number of staff. We're paying a certain amount of money for all of those staff and that 1 year of service that they have provided for the city. And that's just a benefit cost that we pay into CalPERS for those employees' future pensions down the road. There is another piece. Anytime the pensions end up underfunded, which often happens because either some demographic assumptions may have changed in terms of how long people are living, what the overall makeup of the workforce is, or if CalPERS investments do not perform how they expect in terms of the assumptions on their investments increasing over time, that creates a gap in funding. And so over time, the cities are on the hook for making up that gap by making extra payments. So those extra payments do amount to a very large sum of money because of the Great Recession, the pandemic, and many other issues that we've experienced over the last, say, 15 plus years. There is a fixed amortization for those, not to go too deep in the weeds, but CalPERS has made some very good policy changes, I would say, over the last 7 years or so, where they really want cities to be able to pay down that unfunded liability and keep it paid down. So we are in the midst of like a 20-year amortization right now, which is why as certain liabilities start to pay off in that 2021 year, which may sound far away, but that's only 6 years from now, we're going to start benefiting from that pretty aggressive 20-year assumption by no longer having that unfunded liability on the books.
Great, thank you. And then one final question, sort of bigger picture. What do we see as the next steps coming from this? We're going to talk about the budget, which is point in time next year. When are we going to talk about like the rest of the fiscal and organizational sustainability and like think longer term? We're not going to do it tonight with the amount of time we have.
Yeah, I think our feeling was this was a lot to bite off in one night, especially as we're recapping, sort of years of history in one presentation. Yes, obviously a next step would be to talk about what are some of the solutions. Do we look at other types of revenue? We've started a lot of that research already. In fact, we have the old research, much of which is still relevant, but we don't have a specific date yet. I think first it's the budget, and then we can look at what are the revenue options, or what are some of the other options that council may have. You want to?
And I was just going to add that taking us through our largest policy document, which is the budget, and really getting in deep of how each of the programs are funded, what it provides, what it doesn't provide. When we get requests from council, what we can do, what we can't do, I think it'll be really clear about what we need to come back with. So.
Great. Well,
Yep.
Thank you for the trip down memory lane.
That's a lot in one night. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Councilmember Barnacle, because I was going to say it was a memory lane excursion, and the pandemic had, threw certain curveballs at us. But what are the current 2025 sales tax, and how are I know you said the charts are looking like you forecasted, that someone looked into a crystal ball and forecasted it, and it's happening, but where is reality? Like, you gave us 4 options. Of course we want option 4 because that's the best, but what can we afford? And just from personnel, during that time that we were, panicking and we were looking to get more revenue, our staff was really hurting. And I've heard the horror stories, and I'm glad that we did measure you, and we don't want to go backwards, and we don't want to do that to our staff. I mean, they were suffering quietly, because they were understaffed at the police department and the dispatch, everything from the police on the street to the dispatchers. And we're looking at Santa Rosa going through a similar, and we don't want to do that. So thank you. And
Question mark?
the question mark is, what can we afford? What can we do? Because we want all our projects. We want all these things. We didn't mention, but the mayor asked for the heat or the air to go on because it was getting hot in here. So those are things that we need to do immediately for our own sanity and our public who are here and staff. So what can we afford? What can we do? We have this memory lane, but what can we do? What can we afford?
That's sort of the next discussion. Yes, you're absolutely right. So we wanted to tee that up and to give a little preview. But I will respond on your question on the sales tax, and not to steal our finance team's thunder for next week, because we'll talk about this in more detail. But the sales tax numbers are looking pretty flat right now. We maybe didn't drop quite as much as we thought during the pandemic. And then there was that sort of boost coming, a lot of pent up demand, auto sales, et cetera, coming out of the pandemic, say 2022. Since then, it's kind of flattened out. We are looking at maybe a slight dip, and I mean very slight, in the next year-ish or more, and then very, very slow growth thereafter. So yeah, it is flattening out, and that's one of the things that we're wrestling with in doing future forecasts is, and there's a lot of uncertainty as we see in the headlines. And so forecasting in that sort of environment is pretty challenging, as you can imagine. So that's really the balancing act that our budget team is working on, is sort of, what do we think we can expect with revenues versus what do we think we can afford, so that we're not putting ourselves in a precarious position. I do think your question, I think you were referring to the 4 scenarios, meaning the roads specifically. And yeah, one of the challenges is those numbers, like options 3 and 4, I think I can confidently say far outstrip our ability to fund with current resources. Now, I would say we also have done a great job in leveraging. And so with the bond that we did in 2021 to really give us that boost right out of the gate for Measure U, some of the grants that we've received, we've been doing the best we can with the resources we have. But to go to that next level, up to 60 pavement condition or 65 or 70, that's probably going to require some sort of new investment, new revenue that we don't currently have.
Thank you. It is memory lane. I was the new kid on the council when we started discussing this and running these charts out. I remember the charts. I remember 1% was a big ask of the community, a real big ask, but that was the 13 million number, and the FOS that we were showing the public was 15 million. We knew that we weren't doing, so it does go to Councilmember Barnacle's point about staving off bankruptcy. Also, when I got on council, the budget was less than 200 million, and now we're over 300 million, and really the only substantive change in revenue is the 15 million that comes out of Measure U. So we've done super well at having that staff that we added back in multiply the value that we got from that. To go up 100 million on a 15 million revenue, that's pretty great. Like the first year of SAFE, we funded, and then now we lean on the county to put their money into this. And so, and that only happens because we had staff to go beat up on county and get their money. But am I right? All the transit things we approved tonight, they showed the TDA, the STA, and Measure O, they're all down 5%. And if those taxes are sales tax down 5%, we're likely going to see that other stuff here. Is that the same pattern we should expect here? Out of, just.
Yeah, I don't think we're quite projecting a 5% decline, but yes, I mean, overall, we are a part of, obviously, the overall county-wide sales tax, and so if that's the overall trend, then we're going to be kind of baked into that. I will say different cities do have slightly different trends just because, as an example, if you have a set of auto dealers, which we do, that may drive a little bit different trend in sales tax versus a town that is more driven by, say, restaurant revenue. So those things kind of fluctuate differently depending on the overall trends in the economy.
I'm kind of interested in how we project our revenue into the future year. My friends at Recology tell me that the weight that they're collecting in trash in the downtown area is way down, and that means there's less boxes being shipped in that they're unboxing and putting in the recycle cart, and the cans that they're using for like a restaurant waste and things. Now, I'm loving the answer to be we're better we're using less resource, but what if the answer is they're doing less sales? Do we try and get data from Recology on that kind of method?
So we use a sales tax consultant who is forecasting revenues on our behalf, and we work with them at least quarterly, if not more. However, they are actually transitioning their forecasting methodology. So in the past, what they would look at was all of the existing businesses in the city. How are they doing? Are they trending up, trending down with their historical numbers? And then we would also look at basically micro adjustments, whether businesses are closing that we know about, new businesses are coming into town that we know about. So they would just sort of do these pluses and minuses along with the individual businesses' trends. Because of the uncertainty, the pandemic, and some of the macro factors that we're looking at, it's becoming more difficult to be very accurate with that micro kind of level. And so our consultant actually has just very recently transitioned to more of a macroeconomic forecast that doesn't look at those micro changes between businesses and really just looks at what are the overall trends in the city, what are the trends at the county level, because certain online retailer sales are actually flowing through what's called a county pool and then to the city. So there's some different factors that are not sort of those business by business level adjustments that they're using.
Do you think that change in methodology will improve or hurt our revenue projection?
So that we have seen some new numbers that are just a pinch better than what we had, but I think we're still looking at pretty soft, pretty flat sales tax for the next year plus. And I should look at my finance folks who are maybe cringing, I don't know, in the back. Do I need to, do you want to come and edit anything? Corey, thank you very much for saving me. I'm way out over my skis.
I was just going to add the sales tax consultant, when they do their forecasting, they provide conservative, most likely, and optimistic. And so we look at those three levels, analyze what our trends look like, what we expect, knowing our information the best, and then we tend to be more conservative, somewhere in between conservative and most likely. And historically, that's been pretty close to what our actuals are.
That's great. I remember most of these charts and the trends, and you've talked a little bit about how some of them are doing, how we lifted our pavement index and things. But are the charts current with real data? Was that on the charts, or is this still mostly a projection from the 2020 period? Because it looked to me like the charts didn't reflect our changes to get to a better PCI. You merely told us what the 2020 number was?
So most of those data charts in that middle section, you might have noticed they had that little red box in the upper right, meaning this is a chart that was from 4 or 5 years ago. But it is accurate that our pavement condition index has increased by about 7 points.
The one that worries me is, we had 4 options for paving. You could spend $3 million a year more and get downhill. You could go deeper into deficit of 126 million, or if we spent 5 million a year, we'd be at 122 behind, or 14 million a year, which we're not really ever going to hit that one. But if those are based on 2020 numbers, today's costs are so much more. I mean, will we see the new deficit number? I know you showed us 200 million, but that didn't sound like it was really current, projections.
So that is a great observation, and unfortunately, you are correct. So what we're seeing with the more current numbers is that basically the cost of putting pavement on the ground is increasing faster than our ability to invest in it. And so despite the investments that we've made, what we've seen in very current pavement condition index data and from our Street Saver program that we use to analyze all of our roads is that our deferred maintenance has actually increased even more than the numbers that were in those 2020 slides.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, so it looks like we've got to do, it's really sobering by the way, what you're saying. And besides the 200 million deferred maintenance, that's only the basic stuff. And yet our general plan is like, we want to do like $200 million more than what we're doing now. So that's going to be really hard to be looking at here for shortly. Okay, so there's 2 things we could possibly do. One is to increase the local economy enough that there's money coming in not only for the city, but also for all the businesses and people, jobs and housing, so that there's more happening here, more money turning around and getting that going. So improving the overall economy and how any part of that could actually increase our larger income for helping out the basic economy. So that's one thing. That what could we do to do that, and what would it take to do that, and how much more income could we receive from doing that? And another part is, given the changes that are happening now at the federal and international levels, and there's certain items that may be coming short and doing things. Would it be, some folks are what I call stockpiling now, pulling stuff in because the expectation is prices going up. Would it be of any advantage now to say, okay, prices are going to go up and we need to spend a lot more money, maybe to money out of whatever savings we have in the bank, whatever, and do a lot more now while we can, because in the future we may not be able to. So that's another whole different philosophy. So I was just.
And I'm going to commend you for putting that in the form of a question. That was excellent to do that. But I'm also going to suggest that that's what next week is about.
Right.
And so we have to review 3 inches of binder. You've got some questions to answer from council too.
Yeah. So those are the 2 questions. Like, how do we shift the economy to help us out? What would it take? And is it worthwhile doing that effort? And would it be worthwhile to spend money down now, to invest now?
Understood. Thank you.
That's what I'm after, is those 2 questions. Not answered now, but
thank you.
I want to find out your opinions on that later.
And the answer is yes and yes.
All revenue is good revenue. Is that what we're saying here? Needed revenue. And any other council questions? Councilmember DeCarli?
So I was curious, are the community development salaries and contractor costs, are they paid for in enterprise?
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
The community development salaries and then contractor costs, are those part of enterprise, the enterprise fund?
No, mostly. They're either paid, if they're working on a specific development project, those could be charged to the cost recovery account for that particular project, so it'd be paid by the developer. There's also a portion of salaries in community development that are paid for by the general fund. And then there is a portion as well that are paid out of, we have a building enterprise fund for the building division specifically. So some of the salaries are paid out of that fund.
Okay, and I'm curious specifically though, is M Group salary, does that go under enterprise?
Those are also spread amongst all 3 of those those possible funding sources that I just mentioned, depending on what they're working on.
May I offer you an example? All development is cost recovery, correct?
Correct.
And all general plan effort that M Group's putting in is from a grant that we received or general fund?
Or funded out of the general fund, yes.
That's it, and it's actually then transferred into the capital budget. We have a capital project called general fund.
Okay.
There's a general plan project that is being funded by the general fund. And so if folks are working on that, they would be charging to that. There's also support provided to the building division, which again is paid for out of the building division fund from building permit fees.
Mm-hmm. I guess the question I'm trying to get at too is, next week during the budget review, could we see a breakdown of what that is from those 3 different funding sources? Could that be extracted and have its own little piece of the pie?
I believe we can get that information. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Okay. That was a lot. Let's go to public comment on the budget and ask the clerk to carry our messaging forward.
Yes, this is the moment to bring cards if you are interested in making a public comment.
Thank you. We have Dwayne Bellinger speaking first and Nicholas Harris speaking second.
Yes, it's Dwayne here. And just first of all, thank you all for your time you spend on this. This is very complicated. And just thank you, and thank you for the staff, and the employees are great. My one little footnote here, and I have to point it out, and I hope that they change it in Sacramento at some point, but it's my understanding the gas tax we get, the gas payments we get is from the state of California is in proportion to population, not how many miles of road we have, not how much I pay at the pump. Being that we live in a rural area, we drive a lot more, and I pay a lot more at the pump. They, in Sacramento, sent the distribution method so as to cheat us. They distribute it by population, so a big dense city gets plenty of gas tax, and they take our money. And that's just my footnote. It just irritates me, and it's one of my pet peeves.
Thank you very much. Nicholas Harris.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City Manager. I am a big fan of Measure U. I voted for Measure U. One of the things I like to remind myself and other people when we have the conversation about the fiscal sustainability situation back then and now. Now we're still living in a time of high uncertainty. I mean, today, much more than 6 months ago, than a year ago. It's a very uncertain time back then in 2020 with COVID, a lot of social concerns. We're also living with a level of inflation that people in my generation have never lived with. It's putting a strain on people who are working, trying to build a family, trying to afford to live in the place where they grew up, in the place that they love. I think that I bring that up to really set a frame of where people, and when I say people, the residents of Petaluma, this is the situation that we're living under, and we're going to be looking for relief from the cost of living. And no one's arguing with that. We all know that. It's very tough. Measure U, I think, has a target on its back. It is a low-hanging fruit. It was passed by voters. It can be repealed by voters. I think that the city has done a really good job to share how the money's been spent, where it goes. One of the things that I really want to see an improvement on is giving voice to the Measure U Oversight Committee. Those meetings are, as a resident, to watch those meetings are very frustrating. There has been a lack of format, a lack of understanding, and to put it simply, a lack of voice for that oversight committee, which was a crucial part, I think, in convincing voters to impose a 1% sales tax on themselves. I'd like for the council and for the city to invite the Measure U Oversight Committee to present at the next meeting so they can share their voice to you because they represent all of us. And I'm not going to steal their thunder because I really hope that happens. I'd also appreciate it during comment if you could just note if you have watched those oversight committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that closes public comment this evening. Bring it back up to the council. Anyone have a comment before we thank staff and send them on their way? Any last comment on this? And an update? Yes, please.
Just one note to follow up on the last public speaker. So the Measure U committee did meet a couple of weeks ago, and they did approve the final report for fiscal 24. So that report will be finalized and sent out this week. So we'll be sure to include council as well as a link on our website. So that information, it's already up on the agenda site, but it'll be more prominent on the website.
Thank you very much. I think that's was an important part of any tax measure that passes, includes public oversight. I know several of us sit on oversight boards, and that is an important respect to the community to have that report to the council. Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I do watch it. I think there's very few people. You're here. I appreciate that you're listening to this. I think very few people actually engaged in this in the content of this the FOSS back in 2019, understood like where we were at as a city and what the plan was for the money. I'll say I was taken back when we first started with the Measure U Oversight Committee that we were spending the money before we had the Oversight Committee. But the money was already programmed too, and we needed to pay off our deficit, and we needed to do things and start rebuilding our city. And so I think that there is, honestly, I think that you're right that the the oversight committee was part of the accountability with Measure U. But I also think that the ultimate accountability lies up here, and it's not the best framing for a tax measure. But as the mayor said, we all sit on these boards; they're all part of it. And it's frustrating when we've got $200 million plus of deferred maintenance after we've been taxing ourselves to address it. But that's the reality of the times we're in, and that's the reality of living in a city like Petaluma, I guess. And we're going to dive in after the budget and try and figure out how to do even more with more and grow our economy. And I just, for those who say that revenues aren't a problem, revenues are always a problem. And there's a reason why we're looking at economic development. There's a reason why our police and our fire are supportive of things that increase the tax base for our city, because all this stuff costs money, and costs money to have good parks. So thank you.
I was visiting with our Meals on Wheels people today, and I was also visiting with Santa Rosa's emergency services meals programs. And you're right about inflation. One of the things right now is the packaging to get Meals on Wheels delivered, or Santa Rosa's emergency system delivered. They get exactly the environmentally right, climate right equipment, and it's an offshore purchase. And so they've noticed a spike in their costs because of tariffs coming in. And those are independent nonprofits with limited flexibility, and they're all shoestring budgets at the nonprofits. We're facing a time of uncertainty, and I think many of our nonprofit and programs for the neediest folks are very much in trouble over the next few years. Hopefully, we're not in trouble, but I appreciate Councilmember Shribs' focus on how do we do better? We're not taking this sitting down. How can we make the community better, even in this difficult time? So I want to thank staff for the presentation, the good news, or whatever, and look forward to the workshop next week. And that brings us to our next item on the agenda, which is to finalize updated goals and priority work plan for fiscal year 2024, 5, and 2025-26, and to provide some direction to staff. And to help us with that, we're going to have the city manager, Peggy Flynn, start off, and aided by Brian Cochran and Patrick Carter also in this. So,
well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, community, and staff. Actually, just to clarify, the recommendation is for fiscal years 25-26 and 26-27. So I apologize for that oversight. But the good news is we're doing a lot of things in this city, a lot of things that we weren't doing 6 years ago, and we're kind of firing on all cylinders. So it's been pretty phenomenal. So we are coming back to council after our February 10th council meeting to finalize our goals and priorities for the next 2 years. Obviously, the next year will be really what we're focused on. And we've listed here some examples of projects that we're currently working on. I'm just going to name a few of them. Mobile home tenant protections, the fairground programming and management, our capital improvements program citywide, our economic development, our big push on economic development, our fiscal and organizational sustainability, our water and sewer master updates. We have labor contract negotiations coming up next year. Our general plan completion, zoning code update. The zoning code update, as all of you can appreciate, is two general plans previously. So updating that will definitely help us with our economic development. And then our master plan of the fairgrounds and both smart stations will be kicking off all in this next year, or we're already doing them. So priorities that we heard from council that did receive majority at the last meeting were the Parks Master Plan. Obviously, our general plan update got a lot of support. Our Fairgrounds Master Plan, our economic development and our downtown focus, our housing development, our zoning ordinance, and our active transportation plans / wayfinding. A lot of those things are already currently underway, and some of the ones that aren't, like the Parks Master Plan, we've put in the second year of the 2-year goals and priorities. The general plan update, we are looking forward to it being completed mid to late next year. Our Fairgrounds Master Plan, we're hoping to kick off by the end of this year, calendar year. What else am I missing? And zoning ordinance will also be following, or we'll be working simultaneously on that while we're working on the general plan update, but it'll be completed a little later after the general plan. So happy to get some final feedback from council if there are other things that we missed, clarification on things that aren't reflected here, and then hopefully we can accept our next 2 years of goals and priorities. And obviously we'll be coming back to council in the next fiscal year to be able to give you updates on the various projects that we're working on.
Thank you very much. And let's bring it up to council. And Councilmember Cater Thompson.
One thing that I would like added to this list is updating the parking ordinance. And I would like to see if there is support on the council. This has been a long-term issue, and I get a lot of community requests for this. And I just think that it's about time, because we've been talking about, well, I've been talking about this for about 10 years now, and brought it forward 6 years ago, and I brought it forward to the city council, and I think it's something that's a public benefit, because we get a lot of comments. I mean, when trailers are on a city street for 5 years, they're using a public space. We're storing people's.
And you're talking, you're speaking of the citywide ordinance, not the downtown.
The citywide parking ordinance to address the issues that we get a lot of letters from, a lot of comments from residents that are not happy.
Do we have recollection of the council's comments from that last meeting when I think this was raised as part of the February meeting, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So
we did track that one. I do not believe that we heard 4 or more council members at that time listed in their top 8, top 10, top whatever. So that's why we didn't list it in what Peggy just read from the staff report.
I'm asking if there are 3 other council members that will support this, because we've dealt with this, Karen, together.
Deferring to council member now.
I will ask the chief. I believe there's been something in the past, and there's legal problems if we do a parking ordinance for.
Well, okay, that's a good point. We can invite the chief up and see whether existing regulation.
Because other jurisdictions, cities have had legal issues, so.
But I think.
Can someone weigh in? Thanks.
And I think we, also in that conversation we had, I'm trying to, if anybody recollects exact wording, help me out. But I think we also said that enforcement of existing laws might be part of solutions. So with that, Chief, do your recollection?
Yeah, I mean, I'll defer to the city attorney on some of the legal issues, but we continue to see active litigation in our adjoining municipalities regarding similar ordinances. We are continuing to scope what the implications of changing the ordinance would be from a staffing and resource perspective. For some context, right now I have 1 fully trained FTE community service officer. We have 1 in training. We're working on backgrounding another. But really what we've committed to over the last year is working through our existing model, diversifying the distribution of those types of calls for service. So if you call in at night, it doesn't pen until the next day. We're trying to work to triage it through our available staff and go out. And so I'm optimistic that you're seeing progression through a backlog of many of those complaints. We're also kind of resetting ones that were really old, starting fresh over the last few months and working through. And so I definitely have seen a reduction in the emails that I've been getting. I'm hopeful that you are as well, and that when you are sharing those things, I had a wonderful conversation with a woman up on the Sunny Slope neighborhood just this past week, and I'm hopeful that through the daylighting and some of the other safe routes to schools and the red zoning that we're doing in your crosswalks and intersections, those serious issues of the visual obscurement and the traffic safety conditions from some of those oversized vehicles being parked in proximity to intersections, that's being alleviated. And then we'll be able to methodically work through those vehicles that are clearly abandoned. What we also do see, for context, is a continued challenge where vehicles are parked, people are unhappy with them. The ordinance allows you to park your vehicle for 3 days, 72 hours, and then at that point, after that, it's required to be moved. And we see people move them and return into the same general area, which is difficult for us to enforce, and they're often in compliance. But we are looking, and Councilmember Cater Thompson's correct, that in 2019, we brought forward some considerations for direction at that time. We've looked at that prior staff report. We're working on actively refreshing that, and we'll continue to compile and work with our city attorney on the legal issues for awareness.
Well, that's not working for me, I'll tell you, because when you can take a vehicle and just move it and bring it exactly back to where it was, and then 3 days later go through the dog and pony show, it's not working, because people aren't going to call in because nothing's being done about it because they can move it every 3 days. So can that particular 72-hour rule, can that be changed just now, sooner than opening up the whole ordinance? Otherwise, I'd prefer to get rid of the whole ordinance altogether and not even have this, because it's not working.
Yeah. One of the other things that we have been doing in response to the council members' directions from previous conversations is looking at available storage options. So we've been going through and calling all the available storage yard facilities, which I'll admit are relatively limited in our area, and we're asking for availability. I think that's also something we've had conversations with our city attorney's office about from the general plan perspective. There clearly, if this is a goal and priority for this community, there's probably a land use conversation about some of those properties that would be necessary and needed in our community if we want to store and tow more vehicles off our public right-of-ways.
Well, that's still not a real answer to the issue, and it's just going to continue going on. And like I say, I'd rather have it off the books completely. So we are not even dealing with this at all. And then we'll really see what happens. And then people will be calling in, because we're literally paying for someone's storage on a city street, right in front of parks, anywhere. I mean, there's no difference between parking and, by schools, but how about parks? I mean, this is...
Okay, point taken.
No, I'll be done, but I'd rather have this whole thing just eliminated out of the books, period, if we're not going to really move forward, because this has been way too many years.
May I ask a differing question? Are other areas, cities, et cetera, agencies, finding improved enforcement option through changed parking ordinances? Are there more tools that could be put in your toolbox? Or are other cities finding that, or are they finding enforcement quantity is really the question?
I think it's a combination, right? I think to some degree, what we've been trying to do and work over the last 6 months to 12 months definitively is I think our 72-hour ordinance can be effective. It definitely addresses all vehicle types, so it's comprehensive for any vehicle being left on the public right-of-way for more than 3 days. But there's differing challenges, and those are some of the legal implications that have been tying up some of the other municipalities. And we're sensitive to those, especially when we're a service-first community. We're trying to address and be thoughtful in our response, but also be lawful and recognizing the impacts from some of these pervasive, oversized ones, as they have impacts on neighborhoods and quality of life issues.
City Attorney?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the questions, Councilmember Cater Thompson, and thanks for the starting the feedback, Chief. A couple things. One, this is not a single issue. The parking regulations, there are different facets to it. I believe one of Councilmember Cater Thompson's main focuses has been RV parking. But there's other parking the council's talked about, and I'm not trying to overwhelm it. The reason I'm saying that is if there's a facet or facets that we're most focused on, that's helpful feedback for staff because it affects, what kind of resources involved, if it raises potential legal challenges or not. There's the neighborhood parking. There's the pragmatics. The chief touched on it. Councilmember Shibbs has mentioned it a couple times. So, okay, if the city's going to contemplate regulations that are going to require RV owners to get those off the right of way and off of private property where it's diminishes the quality of life in neighborhoods, where are the available places for them to store? Do they exist near the community? I know from our regular meetings with our police department colleagues, they have challenges right now. The chief referred to land use options. We really don't have a lot of available zone property where we can even take the larger vehicles inside the city to get them off the right of way. And there's definitely active litigation still in Sebastopol regarding their regulation of vehicles because that was viewed as targeting people that were otherwise shelterless. Peggy and I in the last couple of weeks were in Sacramento where we invited to talk about our sort of full cycle of shelterlessness support and housing support that really puts us in a different position from some of the other jurisdictions in terms of our ability to keep our public spaces safe, for example, but also for the kind of communications we are able to have and even teamwork we can do with advocates for people who may be on the verge of shelterlessness or potentially shelterless. So we might be able to regulate in some ways, other jurisdictions may not, and still we might avoid litigation because of services we do provide in different numbers. So it's not just so it will help us help the council move this needle to the extent a majority wants to, if we really try to focus on what the main objective is.
I think
Thank you.
You got that there. Councilmember Barnacle?
So I'll say I would like to have a parking workshop to explore the options. This isn't the place for policymaking. That's what a workshop's for. I do think there was 4 people in the last council meeting that supported it. So chalk me up as number 2. Question on Cedar Grove. It says on hold. Can we just say what the holdup on Cedar Grove is?
Ask Heather Hines, our special projects manager.
Thanks. I get asked about this by someone in particular, and I want to be able to answer it.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So we had explored the possibility of acquiring the Cedar Grove property for a park, for an infill park. As you know, this is a property that has significant challenges, one of which being access. There is a provision in the CCNRs that needs to be removed to allow the vision of providing access to a park. And so we are working and talking with Sonoma Land Trust as well as Grayton Federated Tribe about options for exploring removing that provision of the CCNRs, which would require going out to property owners and getting property owners consent to modify the CCNRs, which is a requirement. Some of the funding that we had explored was with the Coastal Conservancy funding for acquisition, and so this came up as some of the due diligence when we were looking into that. That is a challenge.
Got you. And I don't need to know all the details, but can you send the council information about the CCNRs and the provision? And
sure.
Like what I heard there is like the neighboring residences would need to be basically sign off on this change to their CCNRs?
Correct.
Do you know
It's a
about
private covenant.
Do you know how many residents?
It's a, don't hold me to these exact numbers, but approximately 200 properties are governed by these CCNRs, this subdivision, I think from pre-1980. They're quite old. And to modify the CCNRs, it takes an affirmative vote of at least 50%, 50% plus one of the properties. So it's basically you'd need 100 property owners to vote to modify.
Okay, I'm going to be following up on this, so thank you. And then on the strategic plan, I'm just wondering if there's any, obviously this is mostly internal, curious if the council will be engaged and if and how and when and all that stuff on the strategic planning process.
I guess the quick answer is yes. I mean, we want us all to be on the same page as what our mission and vision are and what that North Star is for the city. I mean, I look at those two illustrations that we did in our very first goal-setting workshop with 200 residents. I think I was on the job 6 weeks, and I look at those, and they're still valid today. So, looking forward to having that conversation with council to make sure that we're doing the same things that we committed to the community into the future.
Okay, and then I'll hold the last one as a comment.
Any other council questions before we go to public comment? Councilmember Shribs?
So far I've been pretty satisfied with most of everything here. The one area that I thought could be improved, that you can tell me if this can be done or how to do it properly, but under, it seems like economic development strategy, we need, what is listed there is either weak or vague. And I know there's a lot of bits and pieces. Can we rework the economic development strategy, that section in the chart that you had up there on the screen, and can we sort of categorize or list all the things that some of this are already in here, but what's going to give us economic development here and how useful is it going to be? Can we work on that section a little bit differently and investigate that? Because right now it feels like it's a little bit off as to how are we going to develop our real economy.
You're absolutely right, Councilmember Shribs. We actually will be talking about it in the budget conversation next week about how we are refortifying our efforts, and the current, this current one will need to be updated to reflect those if the budget's approved.
Okay, good. That's the weakest area I saw in the whole program so far.
Good. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let's go to public comment. Did we receive outside public comment?
We did not receive any. We have a card.
Invite John Hanania to speak first.
Well, since you're working on things for what I like from you to do, to my understanding, and maybe the attorney can correct me, that you take two council members to direct the staff to put something on the agenda. So I would like to ask for the two of you to give the direction to put the discussion about general public comment and have an open discussion to where that's going to go. That's one. Two, when we're talking about the parking, I'm sick and tired of it. Let me refresh your memory. Councilmember Shrib made it loud and clear to you that he is met with the supervisor trying to find a location. But Councilmember Thompson just keep poking and poking and poking. Find a place for the stuff to go. The people who own the stuff, they pay taxes. They pay property taxes. They pay registration. Yeah, it's an eyesore. I'll be the first one to tell you. But Thompson, I'm going to say it loud and clear to you. You don't like it, find a place that suits you and move. Enough is enough.
Thank you very much for your comments. That closes public comment for the evening. So I'll bring it back to council and ask if everyone has comments they wish to make at this time. Okay.
I'm going to make one
Carly.
comment. I'd like to make it after.
Number 3.
That's fine.
So I have, two of my goals that I wanted to readdress from the very first meeting. The first was that I made, excuse me, I made a request that, we be given a breakdown basically of M Group so that we could look at, what it would then take to come back in-house, because I don't think myself, most of the other council members, anybody in the public really has an understanding of that. And so I had made that request the last time, that it'd be a priority, because a large amount of the public wants to at least see that and have that conversation. And, I've seen nothing since then to address that. Secondly, I do want to go back into, talk about agriculture again and make a connection between the, economic development that all of us want to see up here and what that would mean if our agriculture industries, our farms, those families, if they all went away from here. What would happen to our local economy if we started losing businesses like Hunt and Barons, Dairyman's, Integrity Feed, Petaluma Creamery, Strauss, Clover, Rosie and Rocky, Alex Ice Cream, John's Dairy Supply, Petaluma Poultry, all the hay and milk trucking companies. You've got all the large animal vets that are out there that also take care of, horses and every other animal you can think of in the county. You've got the Farm Trails program. You have all the jobs that are tied to those businesses, and you have all those people that, some live on the farm, some live here in town. You have all those people, all those businesses that would affect. What would that do to our economy if that went away, if we didn't get ahead of things and start to provide protections that help the farmers, give them the right to farm, protect them from lawsuits, protect them from harassment. And so I want to ask one more time that be included in our city's priorities, because those are just some of the bigger businesses. There's a lot more that are tied to them. There's a lot more jobs. There's a lot more people that live here that are directly affected. It doesn't matter if these farms are in the county or in the city limits. It's all connected. It's all a part of us. So, Eric, how many council members have to say that they want this to be a priority in order for it to be on that list?
4.
4, okay.
Good points. I think especially your point about M Group, you've asked tonight for next week in the budget for us to include it. So I think essentially you've gotten your goal met. That'll be delivered at the workshop. Then we'll look and see whether that fits the real need you're thinking about, but certainly we'll be able to provide that data. And speaking independently, I know we're all interested in having an in-house development group, and we've made a commitment that over time that's where we'll end. But I'm anxious to see the HCD housing element update in the next few weeks to see whether we have stability in any development in this town, or if it will continue to be like very sporadic, 1 or 2 subdivisions a year. And I'm looking forward to the conclusion of the general plan, which is a huge contract overseen by M Group. And so I think you pretty much got that goal in bag already, so that's positive. And then on the second point you brought up, which was ag's impact on our economic development, I think we have data that we can pull from the Measure J campaign and statements that really went in depth to convince the public how important it was that we voted with farmers, and we voted overwhelmingly with all our farmers. And so that data, I believe, exists. But I think your ask is not what the economic impact is, which we can answer, but what role the city might have in protection of that interest of economics. And that, from, again, my personal perspective is a collaborative outside effort. We need to find out what our county can bring to bear on tasks that are within county jurisdiction and find out, assess, like, what is the county's role in this. And so that's just my vote independently. Weighing in on that, I'm not sure if anybody else has a need to weigh in. Councilmember Now?
One of the things with the M group and versus the in-house, we need to think about the staffing, benefits, pensions, all that, what an in-house cost would be versus what it costs now. There's no cost. It's part of the development fees structure for the M group to be outsourced, but we are bringing in some planning, and maybe we need a report.
Can I just, I'm just going to, first, and I believe, Councilmember DeCarly, we sent that out to you, but we initially did a cost analysis of what currently, what our costs are for M Group, what our costs would be if we brought everybody in-house. And I think the delta was, I don't know, I'm going to say, Brian, off the top of my head, an extra $200,000 to bring them in-house. So what we've done is, because, and per what the mayor was just saying, that development goes up and down, we've been really able to smooth that out by having somebody who's part-time specialist in arts and part-time helping us with, housing element or special projects manager. Whereas if we had full-time staff, we wouldn't be able to keep them busy enough and keep them employed. So they've been able to really help us feather that out. Over time, we started with our community development director. We're also looking at a long-term senior planner, and we're able to do that because we have a grant for both the Corona station and the downtown station. And we're also looking at another planning position over the next year. So
we're veering a little perilously into solving problems tonight.
I just want to make sure that folks understand that we're working on it, and we also have an RFP that's going out for our planning services next year. So actually, we're doing a lot on that front. So.
Okay, well, we're down here.
So can I finish?
Finish, please.
Okay, so I just wanted to back up Councilmember DeCarly, and maybe we could present a staff report with what the city manager just told us so that we're up to date when we do the budget, because I've lived through in-house and the M group. So on Councilmember DeCarly's, the ag portion, one that is in my district, the poultry producers, or Purdue, have been attacked, and they are, they're right in the city limits. They're right in neighborhoods. So I know our police department is working with our other members of the sheriff's department, the rural, who goes out and helps with the farms. But maybe we could also have a staff report on what the police is doing to keep these, because there would be a domino effect, the local restaurants and farmers markets that use these farmers. There's a lot. On the parking, maybe we could have a staff report from code enforcement and the police department of what the chief just told us has been taking place. I know in my district, people are extremely happy when things are moved out of their neighborhood that have been sitting there, expired plates and other, trailers and RVs. But then we also have the of the city attorney tells us of other jurisdictions with legal repercussions. So maybe we could have a staff report or something going forward into the budget on that. So those were just to back up my fellow council members.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson, did you you have your hand up a minute ago? You want to let that go for right now?
I'm just going to let it go because I'll deal with it later. But I really think, you know, when we're talking about, I mean, maybe people should just rent their motorhomes on the streets out to people. I mean, if that happens, then what's the scenario?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, thank you. The last time when I was here, I don't think I got 4 council members to support it, but on the goals and priorities dashboard on the ATP, I remember bringing up that like it says one little thing that says ongoing of like implementing the ATP priorities, and I just wanted to see that broken out in more detail because there's things like Safe Routes to School and the nomination program and all these different things that they're doing, and I just want to see the status of them in one place, and so I still would like to see that. And I don't know if I need to get 4 votes for that or if that's just something that we can get, but I would really like to have that. On the zoning code, I want confirmation that we can we're going through the land use section of the general plan right now, and then we're going to start the EIR process, right? And we're sort of setting general plan land use designations in some high level sense. But we really haven't dug into the existing zoning. We've only dug into a little bit of the areas of change, and I'm a little concerned that if we're getting started on the EIR, but we haven't actually gone and dug into the existing zoning, that we're going to get to a place and then you're going to say to us that like, oh, that would require us to go back out and do another EIR round. And so in particular, I'm thinking of the MU2, right? Like in my opinion, it's a failed zone. And it covers a large amount of property. And if we wanted to increase the density of the MU2 in line with the densities that we were throwing around at the last council workshop on this, is that going to create issues with the EIR if we did that after the EIR was already done and in circulation? So that's my question on the zoning code. And again, I apologize for not getting these questions in.
I think we have an expert in the house. You want to weigh in?
Not sure about expert, but I'm happy to weigh in on this. So this is where there's a delicate balance. Yes, we're coming back to do workshop 3 of 3, and so we anticipate on June 16th we'll have a good sense, clear direction from council on what the land use designations. And to Councilman's point, there's sort of a very broad strokes set of permitted uses that council has seen. The next step so it's in the attachment 1, the review and recommend it. So the direct action item here is review and recommend proposed changes to the zoning code. So we've broken down the zoning code update into 2 phases. And so we're getting close to wrap up phase 1, which is that internal, how are things working from an economic development perspective, getting ready to work with local brokers on, it's really chapter 4. It's the zoning code, chapter 4, permitted uses. How do we retain some of that flexibility, specifically in MU2, so that this can be useful, it's economically viable for a number of different types of businesses. And so that first step is coming to Planning Commission to do that scoping out, how the zoning code is working, how it's not working, and some of the changes that we see as experts on how we can improve and scope out the zoning code update. So that piece is coming. We're looking at the next couple months. And so you're probably seeing a little bit of the quorum check that's happening at the moment, and some of that is tied into the zoning code.
Awesome. You calmed my fears. Thank you. And then I guess on the supporting ag, I'm wondering I don't think that is a drone ordinance is something we can do. I don't think that we can do things to squash free speech. I think we heard from our police chief that they have done a bunch of stuff and they're prosecuting. I'm wondering specific policy proposals, because I think everybody here, if you said, do you support ag, everybody would put their hand up. So, but the proof is in the pudding. We need concrete proposals. I talked to Supervisor Hopkins about this, and she was saying that her and Supervisor Rabbit are working kind of on the county general plan, and they're looking at some sort of specific provisions around supporting agriculture. We're looking at Sonoma Clean Power at doing some things with clean power leases and things like that for ag. I think it's widespread. Everybody wants to support ag coming out of the Measure J campaign. Just locally, we're looking at bringing a farm-to-table restaurant, and I think that's going to certainly support ag. So I'm curious, what are the specific proposals that we want to direct our staff time for, so that we're actually making an impact in supporting ag and not just making it a broad statement.
Well, so I mean,
I'd like to invite you in to speak to that issue.
Yeah, just to have a dialogue. I mean, I think there's a difference between everybody saying they support ag and then actually backing that up in ways that matter. Because, I mean, you heard two people earlier during general public comment who, they have been terrorized. They have PTSD from what they've experienced, and that pressure has not let up on them. Those are people that, have been part of our community for, I think, over 120 years. And, they contribute to our economy, all the businesses around here, employment. I mean, you've got people
I'm
like
not denying that.
So,
I'm saying what specifically can the city do to support them?
Yeah, so I went
Sheriff's
through
Department's
those.
jurisdiction, for things like that. What specifically, because you've said it multiple times, I want to understand what you mean, what the city can do specifically to support ag. We have to vote yes or no on a policy. What's the policy? I guess is my point.
At the February 10th meeting, I went through some of that, and forgive me if I forget some of it now, but, I think droning ordinance do matter, because they're using drones to drop poison and dead animals on the farms, and they're flying them from remote areas where they can't easily be seen. And so creating a drone ordinance with line of sight, restrictions, which other cities have, I think is something that's very attainable. I think that, on top of that, I mentioned starting, a stakeholders group of real commercial farmers, people whose livelihoods depend on this, to understand and hear their concerns. And when ag stuff comes up, go to them and ask them what sort of protections they need. So, I mean, there were other things I believe I mentioned at the February 10th meeting, but, part of what I'm asking for tonight is that the city really look at this and, make it a priority, because if all those businesses go away, if all those farms go away and those jobs and everything, that's going to be a huge hole in our community that can't be filled. So I think that, it would behoove us to, at the very least.
I'm going to interrupt.
Well,
and I think what we hear is, we hear your continuing passion, and we're looking for the specifics. And if you want us to endorse or write a letter of support for a county doing a thing, like a drone ordinance in County, Petaluma thinks that's a good idea. That's a pathway. That's a tangible ask.
Yeah, and
to enforce drone outside a city limit is not a viable ask.
And they launch drones within city limits to go outside of city limits. So I think we can use that. I mean, I think too, you've got, these issues of what is actually their First Amendment right and how they can use it. I mean, they just peer pressured a major sponsor of our Butter and Eggs Day parade into pulling out because, Petaluma Farms was worried about that.
I do think you're identifying serious concerns I'm not sure that the city is the place. So I think that more conversations about how the city protects its businesses is different than setting a goal at tonight's meeting. And, you know, in more broadly in the comment, we're setting goals and priorities. Some of the asks I hear are more direct action that isn't really a goal or a policy. It's a thing that can be done. Much like the parking, we say, well, what if we up the enforcement and things? Those things can come as non-goal, non-policy response to concerns in the community. So just saying, there's several pathways. And when we talk about Measure U and how much money has gone into the city and boosting the city's capacities and whatnot, I think we're still at a point where we recognize we don't have all the money we need, and that we have a finite ability to address goals. And if we're adding one, we need to be mindful that we're probably taking the resources from another one. And that's the question is for council when looking to see whether there's a quorum on any given item, well, what item would we pull? So consider that in our discussions.
I'll say
why don't you finish? Go ahead and finish your comment. We'll move down here.
Okay. So, you know, using the legal team to, you know, figure out how to protect from sue and settle suits. I went into those last time as well, you know, where farms get picked off one by one or, you know, squeezed to the point where they just can't stay in business anymore. That is, you know, I think that's something that we could help the county with. You know, we're part of the county.
I'd love for your proposal to come in a little more specific method so we can see where the city engagement, where you're thinking that city engagement is viable. It's the viability question. So I think we are making the case, much like we say that mobile home park residents coming and speaking is impactful. I think you're speaking to this constituency is impactful. Now we need to figure out a path to some sort of viability, which right now I'm not sure that council does. And so I'm going to swing over to Councilmember
I'll say
Barnacle.
So the one area where I think we do need to do some proactive support for ag right now inside of city limits is we received an alarming letter from Hunt and Barons that they wanted us to rezone their mill for housing. Like, to me, that's an area where we, on the economic development side, should be proactively reaching out to Hunt and Barons and seeing if we can actually work on a transition, like over the coming years, that keeps that mill open. Because that, to me, is the biggest threat right now that I've observed that the city is in a position to actually do something about. So that's something that, if we're looking for direction, that would definitely be something that's top of my list of trying to understand if there is a transition plan that we can help support and grease the skids on.
Can I ask, is that what you would consider economic development and a task that we added to our?
Actually, and I believe this is in our general plan about supporting businesses and to retain those uses because we don't want to lose them, like our last, you know, the auction yard and, you know, even Marin Sun Farms, even though it's not processing other animals, but just keeping those ag supporting businesses because a lot of small farms and ranches rely on those. So that was our big push on Measure J, but that's what we've done in our general plan update is those are those programs that we've identified. And I think to your point, Councilmember Shribs, we just need to flesh those out in the economic development section of our goals and priorities so you can see those.
Okay.
Yeah, so, you know, I'll agree with that about figuring out, you know, how to help Hunt and Barons. But, I mean, I think a good place to start would be a workshop. And we could develop that into what are real tangible asks and things that the city can do. I think from there, you could have a good outcome that does support agriculture and does protect it and helps protect our economy here.
Okay. Councilmember Quinn?
Thank you. Was Councilmember Barnacle done? Sorry. Yes. Okay. Just a couple of quick things. So I just want to share my support for a parking ordinance workshop. And then my only area to tag on to Councilmember Shribs is on the economic development strategy. So me personally, I believe this, needs to be one of our biggest priorities. I think, as we look at the majority of the priorities that we have, they all cost something. And we need to have a way to pay for that something. And so the economic development really should be, I think, bold. Just to make the point, I'll share, and again, I know you said that you were going to extrapolate on this, but, it says identify immediate, short-term, and medium-term programs to be implemented with the current staffing and budget. And I think that I would ask for support that our approach needs to be something more along the lines of develop a bold economic development strategy and then figure out how do we support that, right? So, and I think it goes into the whole ag discussion, right? It goes into being a home for startups, supporting our current businesses, supporting agriculture. And so I look forward to more on that. Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Quint, for that. Because there is money that comes in from these ag businesses. Economic development maybe can tell us what is coming in. I'm just noting a few: Clover, Hunt Barons, the Creamery, Purdue, Point Raised Cheese, etc. They employ people. They pay taxes. They are landowners, so they're paying property taxes. And what are their contributions to our city? I'd like to see that. As far as the drones, not just agriculture, but people are using drones for real estate. In my neighborhood alone, the real estate ad for a house on a corner also showed the backyards of 2 other houses next door it was drone footage. It wasn't, those property owners did not give permission. So I don't know if we need a policy on drones. I don't know what other cities use. And also the drones are being used to check roofs, trees of properties, and canceling homeowners' property insurance because they've got big trees with branches hanging down over their rooftop, or they've got a roof that's, that to them through the drone footage looks old. So I don't know, maybe there is something that we need to, it's like the e-bikes. We need to put a policy in place about e-bikes. This is new technology, and it's, if the drones are leaving the city limits, then it's the county, so we have to work together with that partnership. So that was just my thoughts on policies.
So I guess we're suggesting increased budget expenditures to add priorities, or taking a hard look at what priorities we're going to step away from. And so the economic development is made the top list, and certain things can be added to it. And I think staff is hearing things that we want to add into economic development. But I'm not hearing anyone suggesting how we stay within budget, not consume all of our general fund with these increased goals. It's kind of, I love all my children the same, but, one of them's going to fall off the table tonight. So, or how do we craft this so that it's a thing we can manage?
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
Can we just earmark it for, if it doesn't get on the list for today, it could get on the list for future?
That's a very good point, and I very much appreciate your suggestions earlier where we treat these as council updates, where we have some sort of a staff assessment of the existing situation and report what we currently do on things so that we better understand the magnitude of the problem in the community and the tools at our disposal without calling it one of the knock the others off of the tier of priorities. I think those are great suggestions and something staff can achieve. And I haven't been down to Councilmember Shribs in a minute. Your turn.
Can I weigh in a little bit?
Yeah, please.
Just to support what a couple of folks have said. Yes, we support ag. I'm an agronomist. I spent over 25 years in agronomy, international level. So I'm fully supportive there, and the amount of support is needed here in the city that the city has with the ag in the county. So, ag's out in the county. No, it's actually the money flows through the city. And so there's various ways of doing that and just communicating. I think our general plan says we're going to support. So it's already a goal in the general plan, the long term as well as short term. There are several things that there is economic development downtown. There's a lot of folks that are opposed to hotel. There's so many other things we could do to really develop downtown. But I haven't really heard enough about what those things were and hasn't been fleshed out. And there are ideas that we could actually harness maybe without them. But there are lots of ideas that we could do downtown besides just putting up better lighting, which is what's listed here. So there's lots of things that we already have thought about. There's lots of plans in place, a lot of ideas. It's just a matter of getting them on the paper. I think we're already doing it and we're going that direction. So for the ag, supporting the businesses, supporting the farms, whether we create co-ops here, we even have land that we city own that we could turn into a farm right by the airport. We got 10 acres. So there's things we could actually do that's right here that wouldn't take much, just as long as the total picture of economic development, both for the businesses, for our housing, is all economic development, for our maker spaces. Well, you just don't build a building, you got to bring the business in. So it's a business. So we have to advertise for businesses, bring those in. So the economic department here, that's their job. So we're already doing it and we're already trying all sorts of things. It's just a matter of getting them listed at this point, because I think we want to do all the things that have been set up here. So it's just a matter of organizing the thoughts and making sure that, we are doing it. Just get them listed. So that's all I wanted to say at this time.
Okay. So we have staff input.
Mayor, I just wanted to address one of the comments made by Councilmember Barnacle about more granularity to the active transportation plan. Public Works did update that. It didn't make it into the attachment, unfortunately, but I can share some of those now, and we can update that attachment later.
You can just send it after. I'm not going to help.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I
I
just
really
wanted to
appreciate
acknowledge that we did hear that, and it just
Thanks.
didn't make it into the attachment.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the clarity. And so listening to all the things that we want and knowing that the resource is finite, the funding is finite, and the staff resource is finite, I appreciate the Vice Mayor's suggestion that staff take some of these things under consideration and lets us know how they fit under existing or what our expressed concerns for the community, how they're getting addressed in our goal system. Did you wish to weigh in?
Well, I want to recognize, and Councilmember Cater Thompson, I'm hearing you. It's a quality of life issue, right? We've got a lot of quality of life issues that we need to address, and we're trying to do it in a variety of ways. So I hear us coming back with, we'll be bringing back what we are planning on doing with our planning function and how some of the timelines that we already have had laid out since 2 years ago, and we committed to, we knew that the agreement was coming up in the next year, so we know we're going to be doing an RFP. We've been slowly hiring people back. We did a cost analysis, probably 2 or 3 years old by now, but we have that. So we can resurface all of that. And an update on enforcement, what we're doing for RV parking, what we're seeing on the ground through our district policing and through our variety of just CSO observations, how quickly things are turning around, and some of the other things that we can do. And I think the daylighting has helped a lot, and the red curb has helped a lot, so we're not seeing as much, but it hasn't totally fixed the problem, so we'll be back on that. And then as far as ag protections, I don't think there's anybody here in this entire council chamber that isn't supportive of ag. But, you know, back to Councilmember Barnacle's point, Councilmember DeCarli, is we really need to have something definitive. Happy to sit down, and I've offered this before, happy to sit down with you to figure out ways we can advocate with the county and ask that we work together on ordinances that can protect our ag, especially if there's something, and I'm going to just say that there's a conversation the chief and I had the Purdue executive director lived in the CEO lived in my jurisdiction, there wouldn't be people camped out in their driveway. So I'm just going to say we do take that seriously, and we are working super hard on a variety of things to make sure that that ag is protected, but happy to explore what some of that specificity that you're looking at would be. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
I'd be happy to explore it with you and take you up on that, you know, because I think it is important, and I want all of us to work on it.
Okay, so that sort of brings us to Brian Barnacle.
One final point, we have our budget workshop next meeting. For those who haven't been a part of these, like, this is where we're going to bury the bodies. Ask your questions in advance, like read it, ask your questions in advance, because this isn't the time to come and, you know, not get questions answered. So just guidance to everybody. Let's all ask lots of questions, but send them in advance so that staff has a chance to review them.
That's a very good point. Finance is a foreign language. Municipal finance is 2 foreign languages. We all have homework to do. And that, I think, brings us to the guidance we want to give staff on the goals, and appreciate there's not an action on tonight for goals. So have you got what you need from your presentation?
I think we're finalizing that, and yeah.
Okay.
We've got our marching orders.
All right, so that closes that item, and it brings us to our adjournment. But in adjourning, I just want to remember that we're closing tonight's meeting in honor of Matthew Hudson, and I just appreciate everybody who puts their time in helping this be a better community like Matthew did. So with that, thank you. Good night. This meeting's adjourned.